Interesting. Hey, welcome in, friends. Give me just a second. I'm going to get our streams all double checked here. All right. I gotta change my topic on YouTube. Apparently, I don't like my topic. It says show at least one camera source before you go live. Oh, okay. Well, all right, sure. Whatever you want there. I'll take care of that. Try it again. So, I mean, a lot of y'all know. Yeah, we should be good to go now. Hey, a lot of y'all know that the TikTok ownership has changed hands, at least here in the USA. It's been exhibiting some pretty wild characteristics ever since. A lot of weird behavior. Not that TikTok was ever all that reliable. I can't say that it was. There's always been glitches, hiccups, changes in the algorithm that screw up your momentum and things like that. There's always something weird happening with TikTok, but I think it's getting more weird at this point. Nevertheless, hey, we are live, and we are live on all the platforms. So should be good to go. Friends, let me grab a couple super chats, and then we'll get our first. Well, hopefully we'll have a first guest loaded up soon. I'm not sure how all of the other live streams have gone. I noticed some of the live streams were struggling to get guests, like opposition. I mean, so we'll have to wait and see. I know the algorithm. What's this? Live visibility restricted. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and is restricted in search results, as we have detected suspicious activity that may violate our integrity and authenticity policies. If you think we made a mistake, you can appeal the decision for reconsideration. What the fuck did I do? This is crazy, y'all. Listen. I'm telling you right now, the new ownership of TikTok is heavy fucking handed, and you know whose fucking hand is on it. There's no second guessing. Whose hand is on this app right now trying to move the needle? No fucking guessing. I posted a video critical. It was a meme, really. A meme that was critical of the orange Cheeto. And literally got like 0 views. And then it said ineligible for recommendation. The fuck for? What a crazy world we live in, where the so-called bastions of free speech literally will inhibit you from posting a fucking meme. It's crazy. I saw that earlier last week they took down Seth Andrews' YouTube channel. Just out of nowhere, they just fucking took it down. He had to appeal and try to get it back. Crazy. It's absolutely insane. Well, let me check. Give me a second. I'll check my while we're getting loaded up. I'm going to check on my phone the TikTok appeal that I just sent in. If the TikTok appeal doesn't go through, I might have to restart the TikTok live stream just because we're not going to get any opposition, it seems like. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's see. I don't have any system notifications yet, so we'll have to wait a few minutes to see what happens with that. Nevertheless, fucking YouTube, still YouTube. Gary, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. It said Lucid Dream Fund. Fuck the bills. Straight for Justin. Well, thank you, Fred. Actually, I had a fucking crazy week in automobiles. My car, because you know how the snowplows are. The snowplows really fuck up the roads. My car, in trying to avoid a pothole, ended up hitting a giant chunk of asphalt that was in the road. And not only did it take out my driver's side front tire, It also damaged my battery pack. Now I've got to fucking replace. I already replaced the tire. Now I got to replace my battery pack. I don't know if insurance is going to cover it yet, but I have a sneaky feeling if I know anything about insurance, they're going to give me the big fucking middle finger and say, F you, do it yourself. Been a hell of a week, y'all. And Spirit Animal, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, is law of first mention a hermeneutical method with roots in Hebrew practice or an arbitrary way for Christians to twist the meaning of scripture? Sinfully hard for Justin, fracked sideways for Pebbles. It's not a real fucking thing. Now listen, you'll hear talk in the world of biblical studies about like the law of first mention, but the reason why the law of first mention is stupid and it's not like something that you should consider to be reasonable is it takes in a couple assumptions. The first assumption is that the book is like some sort of cohesive unit that's like divinely inspired, right? So if it's all written by one author, that author being God, then you might say something like, oh, that's really interesting. God introduces this idea in Genesis, and then we see it play out in the preceding books. That's usually the law of first mention. So the law of first mention in like traditional storytelling is this idea that the author introduces a theme early on that is supposed to lay the groundwork for how it gets used later. It's kind of like in a lot of movies or musicals or even plays, like there'll be a reoccurring like tune throughout the play. Like there'll be different songs, but there'll be like a certain background tune that gets mixed into all the other stuff. It keeps coming up over and over again. I forget the specific name of that in music, but that's kind of what what the law of first mention is. It's like the introduction of an idea that's supposed to be part of an arc. The reality is none of that makes sense unless you already believe that this book is like handwritten by God and is completely intentional. And that like this is like the Bible wasn't haphazardly put together. It was like planned by God in this specific way. But once you get out of that mindset, like once you get out of this nonsensical view that like the Bible is divinely inspired and has like one author and that author is God, then the law of first mention is useless to anyone who studies the Bible. No real Bible scholar is looking at the law of first mention and thinking that it's interesting at all. Unless we're talking about some sort of like a actual narrative, like maybe at the beginning of the Joseph cycle, because the Joseph narrative is long. So you might say there was something at the beginning of the Joseph narrative that comes back later within the same narrative. Or you could even use like the book of Genesis as a unit. The largest unit you can probably think of, though, is probably the Deuteronomist. You might find some themes that show up in the Deuteronomist throughout their works, but that's about it. JH says, it's amazing the things that my Christian nationalist family will condone. There's a lot that they will condone. The last day has been difficult. The propaganda is strong. Words don't mean words, and now our eyes must be lying too. Scary times. It's crazy. We live in a time where you can watch a video of a guy who is not brandishing a weapon, get taken to the ground, disarmed, and then brutally murdered. And then people will get on TV and call this person a fucking terrorist, say that he came brandishing a weapon, not just a weapon, but he was a trained assassin, looking like he was ready to unalive as many people as possible. He came like armed to the teeth. We all saw the fucking video. I realize there is a percentage of dumb people in the country that will believe anything you tell them. Overall, though, the country's not buying this one. It's not happening. Even right wingers are like, I don't know about that one. Anyways, Collapsalism says, well, seems the Trump admin gotcha. I mean, that is the case. I'm looking at the TikTok numbers right now to see if we actually get any ops. I'm waiting to see if my appeal went through. I did send in an appeal right before I started this live stream. So if the appeal doesn't go through here in the next couple minutes, I'm just going to restart the TikTok stream and we'll worry about that. Maybe we'll get some guests on YouTube to pick up the slack. Grocery Cart says, if God wants the best for everyone, even sinners, why was Judas even born? So, I mean, according to the New Testament, Judas was not just born, but he's hand selected by Jesus. And in the book of John, Jesus says, I know whom I've chosen, referring to the one that betrays him. He quotes the psalmist as like the prophetic source for his betrayal. And he says, I know the one whom I've chosen, which means Jesus chose Judas to do it. That's why we have the Gospel of Judas. For those who haven't read the Gospel of Judas, it was written after the fact, obviously. It's not like, I wouldn't say it's original to anything in the New Testament. But in the Gospel of Judas, they're basically trying to tell the story from Judas's point of view, namely that like God predestined Judas to do this, and like it was something that had to happen, right? So if Jesus had to be sacrificed, somebody had to betray him, and Judas was selected by God as the betrayer, so he was essentially doing his job. I mean, that's the kind of the thing, right? Carlos, my friend, thank you so much for the 200 MX. Says, hey Justin, yesterday's prophecy fulfilled. Hell yeah. Got massaged and laid, still recovering and working on resurrection phase. Well done, Carlos. Hey, we're happy that your night had a happy ending. Congratulations, my friend. And thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is humongous, friend. I really, really appreciate that. It really does help the channel a lot, having members backing the channel. It is really like the wind in the sails of the channel is all of our memberships. So thank you to Carlos and all of our other members. Daddy Todd says, free speech for me, not for thee. Yes. Me equals Orange Cheeto, of course, obviously. Yeah, that is the case. That's always what they want, right? They demand free speech for me, but then if other people need free speech, well, it's not all that important anymore, is it? You know what I mean? Rules for thee, but not for me, as the old slogan says. God-eating penguin says TikTok got bought from the CCP to a more repressive regime. Isn't that crazy? That's the craziest thing, is we thought that the CCP was repressive over what you can and cannot do on TikTok. Wait till you get a load of the new regime. It's crazy. And God-eating penguin again says, oof, if that's a Tesla pack, it's going to be customer pay. I know. Hybrid is the way to go. I say this is a better former. I say this as a bitter former Tesla tech, full disclosure. Well, God-eating penguin, it's going to be as ugly as you know it is. I mean, I already have the estimate. The question is, will I be able to fight with my insurance to get any of it paid for? And if not, the city where the damage occurred, because it was due to their road conditions, due to their damaged roads, they do have a program in place where they will reimburse your damages a little bit. I don't know what the max is, but I might be able to get a little bit of cooperation with them. But my guess is they're gonna fight. The whole thing's gonna turn into a fucking fight. I can already tell. It is what it is. You know, it looks like I might have to, if no one pays up, I'll have to get a fucking lawyer. It'd be cheaper to get a lawyer than pay this nonsense out of pocket. Double Donkey says, craziest part of the Minar debate wasn't the little girl apologetics or the Habibi battle. It was the dude that super chatted him $10. How and why, Double Donkey? I know. That's the craziest thing. It's not just that Minar is doubling down on diddling children, which we expected from Minar. It's that there are people who support his behavior. Like, he's got backers that are like, oh yeah, this guy makes all kinds of sense. It's crazy. Thank God there's not a bunch of them. All right, we do have a guest. I don't know if they're opposition or not. We'll bring them in. I still don't have any word back on my appeal, but Bald Eagle Stepdaddy,
Hey.
welcome in.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
So, Bald Eagle, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
25, and yes, Mormon.
Oh, fantastic. So, I won't ask you what kind of God you believe in, because you believe in the Mormon God. Do you believe in a particular flavor? Or are you like FLDS or just regular LDS? Or
Glad you asked that question. So, I I only own a theoretical spiritual second wife. Um, right. So I'm what you call like cafeteria LDS, right? So regular LDS on paper, right, is like between Sunday school manual Mormon or like read half of like journal discourses on, but yeah, I believe in modern prophets, eternal progression, plan of salvation, Kolob being real estate, not metaphor. That somewhere out there is a planet waiting for my celestial HOA presidency, and yeah.
Yeah, so I guess maybe that didn't answer my question. Are you part of the fundamentalist Mormons or non-fundamentalists?
So I guess I will go with hmm I'll go with like non-fundamental to say.
Okay, so you might be somewhere in between, huh?
Yeah.
So you've got some of the fundamentalist policies, but not all of them.
Yeah, I'm like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh Pretty much.
All right, so we'll just consider you part fundamentalist. All right, fantastic. So, what do you think is the best evidence, or even the best argument for your God being real?
Okay. Um I'll respond to a comment theoretically. Equinox. Anyway, so I have layers, right? Um let's see, where can I start? I'll go with atoms maybe. Let's see. Um
Atoms,
Atoms.
like the tiny little thing that makes up molecules.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how much. Okay, I have an idea. So look around, right? You are a meat skeleton piloting a bone mech filled with lighting, right? Lightning, having opinions about morality, right? While spinning on a rock in infinite black nothingness. And that no way that just happened, right? That's not science. That's like a cosmic accident fan fiction, right? So now we
What do
have
you think
like,
the word
yeah,
accident means?
what's that?
What do you think the word accident means?
Um,
I mean, that was a
so it
great
means
script you were
something
reading off
happened.
of. It really
Yeah,
was, but I
it means
suspect you
something
didn't
happened.
didn't really dig into that
It,
one yet.
it's God's accident,
I think God would be an accident, yeah, if he existed.
right?
But I don't see a reason to believe in God. So, what
So
would be a good reason to believe in God?
that's like saying, well, God accident. That's like saying Mary Bachelor, right? Or dry water, or like vegan steak. It doesn't
Nope.
commute, right? So that no, okay,
No, I think something unintended could be classified as an accident, and I'm okay with that definition. There's quite a few ways you could define an accident, but like if you're saying the existence we have without God is an accident, then the existence with God is still an accident because not like your God is in existence with no explanation. The same way we're in existence. The explanation is obviously that we're here, right? Why are we here as opposed to nothing? But that's an explanation that neither you nor I really have. Like you can't explain why your God exists versus nothing, and I can't explain why the universe exists versus nothing, right? So technically, we're both kind of in this camp where there seems to be some sort of unexplainable or accidental property in existence.
all right, all right. So you're trying to say you can't explain God's existence because I can't explain universe existence, right? So we're tied, but that's not a tie, right? That's two very different mystery flavors, right? So you're
No,
saying something came from nothing. I'm saying is not that one thing actually. So no.
I didn't say it's a tie. What I'm saying is that I would use Occam's razor, right? So, like for example, if I can explain everything about the existence we have without putting God into the equation, then I don't really have a good reason to put God into the equation. Occam's razor suggests that the best answer is the one that accounts for all the factors without needlessly, multiplying entities. And if God is a needless entity in the explanation, then that means God's shouldn't be in the explanation.
Okay, I you're making more sense now, I say. So to follow your logic, right? If I can respond, you're kind of invoking Occam's razor, right? So the best explanation is right is the one that explains the most with the fewest assumptions. Um, but here's my thing, right? So God isn't multiplying entities. God is the thing that stops the multiplication, pretty much, right? So there's that one. The number two
Well,
is, oh, is it
are you
Occam's?
suggesting
My bad.
are you suggesting God is a necessary entity?
Yeah, so Occam's razor is just big barber propaganda, right? So you're letting a shaving utensil decide metaphysics, and that's why your spirit is itchy, right? And also the comet suit.
I don't
So
believe in spirits.
see, well, they're a thing though. You can't just not believe in them.
I don't. What's the evidence for spirits?
Um, I mean, so the evidence for spirits, right? Um, so I have plenty of evidence actually. I have plenty of evidence. If you want to ask me where and how. So have you ever walked into a room and forgot why you're in there, right? So there's that one. So the
Wait,
spirit
wait.
push reset button.
Forgetting forgetting something is proof of spirits?
Yeah, yeah. So you feel like someone's watching you, but nobody there. That's your background app running. That's the spirit watching you. So explain dreams too. Go ahead. I'll wait. Your brain's making movies. With some symbolism
That's your
for free.
subconscious. Your subconscious does that. That's part of your brain. Your brain is doing that. I'm asking you about spirits. I'm not asking you
So
about brains.
Hollywood's charging you billions, but your school has Netflix. Be serious, right? So like
What kind of weird disjointed script are you on? What does
I'm not
Hollywood have to do with the evidence for spirits? Why do I get the
so
impression that you're just a troll?
I'm not I'm being quite serious actually. So science can't
That makes it
explain
worse, not better.
why you like one song not the other, but the spirit's too far, right? But deja vu, another example, right? Dogs bark at nothing, exactly,
We
right?
have explanations for all these things. Have you actually looked?
Yeah, I have looked, and spirits are just like
Okay,
Bluetooth soul.
and what's the scientific explanation for deja vu?
Um, it's like a memory processing hiccup, right? Like your brain physically misables the present as the past, right? In a sense, but that's due to spirits, pretty
Mm-hmm.
much.
No, that's the claim that it's due to spirits. I'm asking for the evidence that spirits are a part of it. Like just continuously
I have a, I have
claiming
a,
continuously
I have.
claiming that it's from a spirit is the problem. We need a demonstration. So,
I
what
have a
demonstration
peer-reviewed
could
source.
you do? What demonstration could you do that would somehow lend credence to the idea of spirits?
Um, well, I do have a peer-reviewed source right here. If you want my source, but I have that.
Peer-reviewed
As
source
far
for what?
for deja vu and spirits.
Deja vu and spirits. I'd love to see it. What's your peer-reviewed source?
Got you. There you go. So let's see. This one's a good one. I have a few actually. Let's see. This is a good. You have PMID. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, spectral familiarity as covenant memory, a double blind seance trial in the Great Basin. Right.
I heard
Journal of
the first two words. Keep going. Spectral
spectral familiarity
familiarity and then what?
as covenant memory.
Covenant?
Covenant, yes, covenant memory, right?
And this is in a journal of what?
A double-blind Journal of Applied Collab Studies.
Applied collab studies, really?
Yes.
I'll wait for a real article from a real journal. I'm waiting. And he ran. There you go, because he's a troll. Okay. Well, at least he was bordering on being believable. Applied collab studies. I'm curious though if he's really LDS or if he's pretending to be a meme of an LDS guy. It's hard to know with these people. Also, he didn't give me the PMID. I was waiting for a PMID. I assume he doesn't know what a PMID is, given that I didn't receive one. Okay. Well, here's the deal, friends. I did not receive back anything from my appeals, although we had a new guest. If you're watching on YouTube, you can guest request with the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live. If you're watching on TikTok, hit that guest request. I don't know if the live is actually being pushed out because of the warning we got when we started, but we'll see. If we keep getting guests, maybe that means we're getting pushed out. Nadrock, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm almost sure God isn't connected to Earth nor humans because mainly humans have seen how planets are created, so now deism makes sense that God created the universe, Big Bang, but does God have consciousness? I don't think so. I think that's the problem. Like, what we're going to end up doing with God is we're going to minimize God as much as possible to the point where, like, it's a non-conscious, non-agent, and it's going to be akin to like just like a naturalistic force. Because the God that is like all knowing and actually cares about the creation, that God doesn't seem to make any sense. And Gretchen says, you just got NSPM 7'd, Justin. What's that mean? Damn, I'm always fucking every live stream. I gotta look all this stuff up that you kids and your abbreviations. Hold on. 7. What's this mean? Oh, that's the name of the memorandum that designates domestic terrorist organizations. Yeah, you're probably right, Gretchen. That's probably what happened. I probably got designated as a terrorist organization for fucking having a different opinion. Helping Megan deconstruct says, I'm looking forward to Barbecue Believers tonight. May Doug and Sharon saves. May Doug and Sharon saves of us from the mega clowns. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for Sharon. Well, helping Mega, I don't know if they're going to be able to save us from Mega, but they will at least they will at least give us saving from some ED perhaps. And Martin, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that, friend. And also, Steve, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, been several weeks since I could catch a live. Glad to be back. Found out my mom is a flurfer. Need some sanity tonight. I am sorry to hear that. Listen, I am surrounded by some wild people. I don't know if I know a flurf in real life. Sorry to hear that you have a family member who's a flurf. Must be incredibly annoying. We'll say that. Steve says, hi, Justin. No one cooks arrogant Christians like you. Next time a theist says they would harm others if God told them to, please ask how their fallible mind could tell between God and not God. Cheers. That's a very good point, Steve. I should. Usually I don't. Once I get them to admit they do atrocities, I usually cut them. But, like, I could. Like, I legitimately could just say, listen, now that you've admitted you do something horrible, how could you possibly know if it was from God or if it was something inside of your head, right? They wouldn't know. They don't have an answer for that. Not the Bible, Jason. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Sharon recommends Christians bring a safe word tonight. It's going to get sinfully wet. P.S. Fuck ice. Yes. We are in agreement with that. In fact, that seems to be one thing our country, most of our country, except for some, are starting to coalesce around. And Ben, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, have you ever put your hand in front of a flashlight and the shadow it creates looks like a rabbit? Boom. Proof of spirits. You nailed it. That's what it is. The shadows. Actually, it's funny because for a long time in the ancient world, the spirits were referred to as shades. there was actually a connection between shadows and spirits at some point in time. Pretty interesting. You even see that in the Hebrew Bible. Randy Wilson, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is huge, my friend. I really, really appreciate that. Big W to Randy. All right. I'm going to get our next guest, and then we'll continue on with Super Chats after that. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join the conversation at tiny.cc/DZ Live. If you're watching on TikTok, you can just use the guest request button. Welcome in, Zach.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. Zach, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay. What do you think is the best argument or piece of evidence for your God?
One I like is the argument of first cause.
Sure. I'm pretty familiar with the argument from first cause, so maybe we can move it closer to, we'll make it a shorter argument by me just suggesting that I don't think there was a first cause.
So you don't want to go through that argument?
No, I'm more than happy to. I'm just saying I already know the argument, and my point of disagreement is that I don't think there was a first cause. I think the past is infinite. And I know that you probably think that that's impossible, but I've done this enough times to know that you don't actually have an explanation for why that's impossible.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, this is not my argument. This is
Mm-hmm.
obviously just an argument that's given
Mm-hmm.
by Thomas Aquinas.
Yep. Yeah, I know it. So is
Okay.
there something that would get us over that hump? Do you have a reason for me to reject the idea of an infinite past?
I mean, if you've already gone through the argument and you reject there being a first cause, I mean, we don't have to stay on that.
Right. The other thing I would suggest too is the first cause argument, sometimes it's called the prime mover argument. It's an interesting one to me because, I actually feel like even if you do accept the first cause, I think that it still doesn't have to be God, right? So for example, I could say, listen, there's a naturalistic thing, because remember, the first cause argument is basically suggesting there must be a God by necessity because something needs to be the first cause, right? Well, like in the theistic world, they're just saying, well, it could be God. Well, I could say, well, it could just be a naturalistic force that we haven't identified yet, kind of like how we didn't identify gravity until Newton, right? So if we're just saying it's the thing that's necessary, I think something being necessary like a naturalistic force brings a lot less assumptions to the table and provides just as much explanatory power, but without all the problems, right? Because if you add a creator into it, now we have to deal with some of the problems like why did it create? Why did it create it this way? Like, why is the creation seem to be kind of a pile of shit? And then also, like, why did it choose to reveal itself to some but not all, right? That's why I'm saying if we just say the first cause or the first mover is a naturalistic force, I think it's a cleaner explanation to the problem.
Okay. So do you believe that any live source can come from a non-live source?
Well, I think so, although the word life is a tricky one as well, because I would ask you this, like, when you say living or alive, what do you mean by that?
Something that has a conscience, rationality?
So, are trees alive?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to widen the definition then, right?
Sure. Yeah. I'm just speaking like for people. I wasn't speaking about anything else.
Sure. But I think life in general is wider than just having a consciousness, right? Because plants are alive, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, you can just say
Okay.
existence.
Well, you certainly don't want to say existence because I think there are things that exist that aren't alive, right?
Yeah. I mean, like you would have to be more specific.
Okay. So I think a better understanding of life is typically something that consumes energy from the environment and it reproduces. That's typically like the most generic definition of life, right? That's why like rocks are not alive because they don't reproduce and they don't consume from the environment. They don't have offspring, you know. So like the
Yeah, I mean
definition.
they don't. Yeah, they don't
Mhm.
have a conscious or a rationale. They're just a being.
Yeah, yeah. So when we talk about life, this is the baffling thing, right? There's this idea that life can't come from non-life. I first of all I reject that, but also I don't know what it means to say that God is the life that started the life here, because the God being life is an entity that doesn't reproduce and doesn't consume energy from the environment. So to say that God is alive, I don't know what that means. In what
Mhm.
sense is he
So
alive?
okay, so back to your point, you're saying that life can come from a non-life source. Like, can you give me an example, or is there anything that we could point to? Because I haven't seen that.
Yeah, you have.
I mean, I
You're
know the
the.
position like abiogenesis. I know like that's what people kind of point out
Mhm.
to in this argument. But like, is there any proof of this?
Yeah, tons of proof. We've like dozens and dozens of proofs. In fact, just recently, we brought back from the asteroid Bennu signs that like all the building blocks of RNA are already forming outside of our planet. In fact, let me grab the NASA article real quick. So
Yeah, I can pull it. Is there a source or something? I can pull it up. I have my laptop right here.
yeah, so the source is going to be from nasa.gov, and the article is called Sugars, Gum, Stardust Found in NASA's Asteroid Bennu Samples. And I can put it on the screen as well. So we found on this asteroid what we would typically label as like the building blocks of life. Like what the things that we need to form RNA, uh, what we might call the precursor to DNA, like we're finding in outer space, like on asteroids, right? So I think there's a couple ways we could decide on the Bennu finding, which is one, it was a piece of another planet that had life that broke off and found its way here, or it literally was an asteroid floating in space that came into contact with all these organic compounds and then were able to form on the asteroid. I think either of those hypotheses could work, but we've got guanine, cytosine, ribosine, adenine, uracil, and phosphate all found, and glucose all found just on the asteroid.
Right, but these aren't examples of life coming from a
I know,
non-life source.
but
So
that's
that's why
my
I'm asking
that's
if
my
there's
point,
any like
though.
actual evidence of.
But what are the necessary components for life?
So back to what I was saying, something that has
Right.
being.
But no, what I'm asking is, no, everything has being. Like everything that exists has being. That's what it means to exist. I'm asking, what are the necessary components to be considered alive?
Okay. I just looked this up just so I can give a sufficient answer.
Hmm.
The essential elements for life would be carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur, which
Yep.
form the fundamental building blocks,
Yeah, you got it.
like DNA, proteins, and stuff like that.
Hmm. So that is what we need for life to form, and we happen to have that in great abundance, and we happen to have it all throughout, you know, the cosmos, right? And so, if these things at some point will start to self assemble, then eventually they'll assemble into something that is able to reproduce and able to consume energy from the environment. That's just what it means to be alive, able to reproduce.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I was like asking for, the example that we can see in the theory of abiogenesis. I don't think that's been proven. I mean, is that article you showed me from NASA proving that?
No, it's proving that the building blocks of what causes life self-assemble. We have an example of it self-assembling here. Whether or not this came from
Okay.
something living, we don't know. Now, there is been confirmed on Mars evidence that there was once life on Mars, and we've got two other exoplanets that scientists believe there is currently life on right now because they find in the atmosphere of those two exoplanets, they find stuff in the atmosphere that is only, as far as we know, is only produced by bacterial emission. So, for example, the way we create alcohol, like beer and whatnot, is we put yeast inside of a sugary liquid and it eats the sugar and then it excretes alcohol, right? Alcohol is the product of essentially bacterial consumption. So it turns out there's a bunch of different products that we know are a product of bacterial activity. And it turns out we've got two different planets out there not too far from us that seem to exhibit an atmosphere that contains stuff that we know here only happens when bacteria feeds on something and then emits, off gassing. So I think that's pretty good evidence that there's life on other planets.
You're just not sure where that life's coming from, basically, is what you're saying.
No, it's not coming from anywhere. It's self-assembling in place.
Right, but that's the part where you don't actually have the evidence for. Like it's
I don't.
self-comprising. You're saying it's self-comprising. I'm saying where's the evidence that would point to that?
The evidence is the fact that we can reproduce each step of it. Every step to go from what you call non-life to life, we can reproduce each step. Do we observe it happening all the time in the wild? No, we don't observe it just happening. Also, the odds that it happened and then that life didn't live for more than a year or two is pretty damn high too. It probably does happen more than we realize, but it just doesn't live past a couple of years because our environment weeds it out or destroys it. But all the steps we need to get from non-living to living, like we can just reproduce in a lab, and we've been doing it. Which is why, like, if you look into like origin of life research, none of the origin of life researchers are like, oh, it's God. None of them believe that. They all think that abiogenesis is how it happens.
Who? I mean, that's kind of like a broad statement. Who's pointing to abiogenesis specifically?
A 100% of the field, 100% of the field is pointing towards self-assembling life. God is not a
Uh,
hypothesis for any origin of life researchers unless you're already committed to some sort of weird apologetical position.
yeah, I'm saying what field are you speaking of?
I just told you, origin of life research. It's a subset of the biological field, and that field is pointing to abiogenesis and all the dozens and dozens and dozens of experiments demonstrating that it certainly is possible. And it seems to be the most plausible explanation.
That's kind of a broad statement. Like, do you have like specific scientists that we can look at that would point to abiogenesis? Because I mean, obviously, there's plenty of scientists that don't agree with abiogenesis.
Not people in the origin of life research. The closest you'll get is maybe James Tour, and he's a goof. But if you look at any article that's doing origin of life research, none of them are saying God did it. In fact, even James Tour isn't saying God did it. James Tour is just saying, I don't know how it could be possible.
Okay, so I get that you're saying that there is a field of studies that are pointing to abiogenesis, but I mean, obviously, those aren't the only people that are doing any type of research when it comes to the origin of life.
So the funny thing, no, that is origin. origin of life right now is abiogenesis. But the funny thing about abiogenesis is even if like we don't have like imagine it's 75 years ago and we don't have any hypothesis really set up for abiogenesis yet, that still does nothing for the God hypothesis, right? For the God hypothesis to be true, you actually have to have some sort of evidence or an argument, right? Like trying to discredit abiogenesis is basically like a God of the gaps, but that's not an argument for God.
Well, I mean, this has been a continuous argument that's been going on, so it's not like this is just out of the ordinary.
It was going on prior to the scientific age. Like, if you look at what scientists believe, scientists don't believe that God did any of this stuff. Like, if you look at the
Well,
surveys
that's why I was
from Pew
pointing out like
Research, like
Christian scientists.
97% of scientists think that life is attributed through natural means, and 87% of those scientists say that life came about through natural means with no guidance from God.
Right, you're pointing to like one side of the field, but I'm saying that there is
Mm-mm.
obviously Christian scientists as well that would argue the position that God is the first cause of life.
They account for maybe 2% of the field.
Okay, like what source can I find that
So
at?
I just told you Pew Research. So
Peer
this
research will
idea,
say that there's only 2%
Pew
scientists that agree.
Research, Pew Research collects the data of what scientists believe. In fact, they've done it almost once a decade now.
Are you going to pull it up? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah. Just be clear while I'm pulling it up. You don't actually think that I'm going to pull. You don't actually think there's a survey out there that says the majority of scientists think God is doing this, right?
No, I'm just going
What?
off of what your claim was. You said there was 2%.
No, I'm asking in your mind, do you think there's actually support in like large scale support in the scientific community for the God hypothesis?
I don't have that number, to be honest.
I didn't ask you if you had a number. I said, what do you think we would find if we took a survey right now?
Yeah, I'm not sure, brother.
You're not sure. I think you know the answer.
No.
I think you do.
No, I really don't. I don't have the answer to that. I don't have the numbers.
I didn't ask you for the numbers. I asked what do you think would happen if we took our survey right now?
Yeah, that's my answer. I don't know what the numbers would be.
I didn't ask if you knew. I'm asking you to guess. What do you think would happen if we took a survey?
I'm not going to give a guess on something that I'm not educated on.
Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can give a list of scientists and scholars pointing to a
Oh, no one
creator.
cares. No one cares.
Why would nobody care about that?
Because everyone knows
Isn't
that
that
there
part of this
are.
argument?
Nope. Everyone knows that there are a number of believing scientists. Just naming them will never be an argument. The fact that the
Why
vast
is that not an
majority
argument?
Because the vast majority of the field disagrees with them. Naming 5 scientists that agree with you is meaningless when 97% of the field disagrees with those 5 scientists. Okay, give me a second. I don't know why this Pew Research survey is being elusive right now. I thought I had it saved off on my spreadsheet, but I don't have it saved off.
So, like, just because there's a smaller percentage of people that are pointing to a creator, that nullifies that position?
No, what I'm saying is if you're going to appeal to science, the vast majority of scientists agree with me. So naming the small amount of scientists that agree with you is a losing argument. That's what I'm saying. God damn, the survey is too big. All right, there's like a 25-page survey. I'm going to dig through it and figure out where the part that talks about people in the scientific community, what they voted as. While I'm looking for that, what's the argument for God doing it?
Well, I gave one argument. And you said that you didn't want to go over that argument. I mean, there's
What
another
argument?
argument I can give. The argument from efficient cost.
No. You mean first cause?
Yeah.
I told you why the argument fails. I mean, you're welcome to go over it, but I already told you the flaw.
I mean, there's also the argument for motion, or the
Those
argument to
all
necessary being.
those all suffer from the same problem, except for the last one. The last argument's not a real argument. All of those arguments fail because they assume that you can't have an infinite past.
You said the last argument, what, the argument to necessary being, you're saying is not a real argument?
Yeah, like anything that you can deem necessary via argumentation becomes necessary. So there's not like one necessary entity argument.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, if you don't agree with any of these arguments, I mean, I don't think there's any point to going into them if you already reject them.
Well, yeah.
All right, man. Well, appreciate you having me up.
I mean, give me a second. I've got the article from Pew Research. It looks like it's chapter 5 or section 5 of this gigantic article. 1 second. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think these arguments are more logical than the theory
Okay.
of abiogenesis.
It says scientific consensus over evolution and also scientific consensus over climate change. So climate change was part of the survey. Percentage of scientists who say humans evolved is 97%. Let me put it on the screen. This survey is way too big for its own good. Percentage of scientists who say humans evolved is 97%. Percentage of scientists who say that the Earth is getting warm. Oh, sorry, that's part of the global warming. Sorry. Yeah, so there it is. 97% of scientists say that humans are a product of evolution. There's another part in the survey somewhere where they ask them if evolution is guided by God, and it was like 80-something% said that evolution of humans is not guided by God in any way. So what I'm saying is that if you just ask the scientists that are doing the research, they don't really agree with your position. So I don't think that appealing to science is like a win for your side. You know what I mean? Like you could appeal to a scientific finding, right? But appealing to to the scientific field, I don't think is positive in your favor. But also, you said you're a Christian, and the reason why, like, I could be persuaded at some point in my life to believe in some kind of a God if there was good evidence for it, but I would never be persuaded to believe in the biblical God because that God is like hopelessly contradictory, and the book is full of things that are demonstrably untrue. And also, Jesus fulfilled zero messianic prophecies. So, like, Christianity, just on its face, can't be true, even if there is a God.
Okay, well, you just actually made a whole bunch of points there, so I can only address one thing at a time.
Sure.
Obviously, I don't agree that Jesus doesn't fill any prophecies.
Can
That
you
could
show
be
me one?
something I can address, but also you brought up evolution, which that's not necessarily something that Christianity goes against. The Catholic Church views evolution as a possible scientific theory for the development of the universe. So it's not that Christians just reject that notion.
Yeah,
But
but
if you want me to show you any prophecies that Jesus fulfilled, I could bring those up as well. But you just kind of made a lot of points, so I'm trying to address one thing at a time.
yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Addressing them one at a time is the best way to go. I'd love to see a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled. I've never seen one yet.
You've never seen a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled?
I've heard claims. I've never seen one that he actually did fulfill them.
Oh, okay. I mean, you could start with the virgin birth.
Sure. Where's that prophesied?
Isaiah.
Chapter 7?
Let me pull it up. Hold on, let me pull it up. Yeah, Isaiah chapter 7.
Yeah. So the context of Isaiah 7 is that the king of Judah is at war with the Arameans and the northern Israelites, and they want to depose him and put somebody else on the throne who's in favor of their alliance. But it says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest before the wind. So the context is pretty clear. There's a war going on. Ahaz is terrified because there's two different kingdoms that are going to make war with him. So the prophet Isaiah is sent to speak with them. The ending of that prophecy is in verse 9. He says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then Isaiah is sent to King Ahaz a second time for another prophecy. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. And then how's that going to happen? He tells you in the next verse, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. Although I need to apologize to my Hebrew friends, I know it's pronounced Ephraim. You had to I apologize for all the Americans that say Ephraim. It's Ephraim. Okay, so I think the context is pretty clear here. There's a pregnant woman during the reign of King Ahaz. It says she's pregnant and she's about to give birth. And before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking Ahaz are going to be wiped out. Where's the part about the Messiah?
So yeah, we view this specifically this chapter as a messianic prophecy that's fulfilled by
I know you.
Jesus.
I know you do. I'm
So
asking, where's
I'm trying
where's
to
the
get an
Messiah
understanding
part?
of where your interpretation is coming from.
I didn't interpret it. I read it word for word. He
Okay, so
says
who is the child born here in Isaiah 7?
he's born in the next chapter, and it's not a Messiah. Keep in mind, this is a prophecy to King Ahaz. He says, look, the young woman is with child, that's present tense, and shall bear a son. And before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings attacking Ahaz are going to be wasted. That means it came true during Ahaz's time.
Sorry, I had to help my son. I'm listening. So you said this child is seen in chapter 8 of Isaiah?
What I'm saying is, I think the child is born in chapter 8, but I'm also saying it doesn't matter. Even if we never identified this child ever, it's irrelevant to the prophecy. The child is only there to act as a timeline. That's it. The child's already conceived, he's about to be born, and before he knows right from wrong, God's going to wipe out the enemies of Ahaz. That's what the prophecy says.
Okay, so can you go to Matthew chapter 1?
Yeah, Matthew 1:23.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what about it?
Can you pull that up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did Matthew write Isaiah?
That's not my claim.
I've got it up.
Right. So
Mm-hmm.
what's your thoughts on that? You don't believe that's connected with Isaiah chapter 7?
No, it's not connected. Matthew's an idiot. I don't care what
You
Matthew
said Matthew's
says. I didn't ask you for what Matthew said. I asked you for where's the prophecy of a child being born of a virgin.
and
And you
I'm
showed
giving
me
it to you, and you're
you
saying
showed
that
me
Matthew's an idiot. So I'm not sure
Matthew
how that follows.
Matthew didn't prophesy it. Isaiah did.
I never said Matthew prophesied it. Isaiah obviously prophesied it, and it's fulfilled
That's what
by
I'm asking
Christ, who
for.
was
Where
born
is the
of the virgin.
prophecy? Where in the prophecy of Isaiah can I find it?
Yeah, specifically verse 14. Therefore, the Lord
I
himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and his name shall be called Emmanuel, which is God with us.
Except that's not what it says. It doesn't say that. Isaiah 7 says that it's a pregnant young woman and that the child is going to be born during King Ahaz's reign. The young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. Before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So just basic hermeneutical principles. Who's being spoken to in this passage?
I mean, if you're just going to reject the prophecy, that's fine. I mean,
I'm
I
not
can give you a
rejecting
different
it.
one.
I'm demonstrating why it's not. Who is the prophecy
Okay.
to?
This is a future prophecy.
No. All prophecies are future. I'm asking to which person is this prophecy being given?
It's specifically being spoke to Ahaz.
There you go. And to Ahaz, God says, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son. And then he says, before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that you're afraid of, their kingdoms are going to be deserted. What could that possibly mean?
Yeah. So, I mean, you've already rejected this prophecy. Like, do you want to go to another one? I mean, I don't want to get hung up on here. Obviously, the Christian interpretation is going to be different from where you're coming from, which you're saying you're not giving an interpretation. That's
I'm asking
fine. I don't know where.
you. I'm asking you, what does it mean that before the child knows right from wrong, the two kings that Ahaz is afraid of are going to be wiped out? What does that mean?
Sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to help my son real quick. Hold on.
No, I get it. I got a son too.
All right. Let me pull that one back up because I took that off my screen. Let me go back to Let me go back to the chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, so what was your specific question in Isaiah 7?
What does verse 16 mean when he says, "Before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted"? Who are the two kings?
Okay, so let's see. This is a sign to King Ahaz, would be one.
But
It's talking about,
mm-hmm. Who are the two kings that he says are going to be deserted?
hold on one second. Two kings threatening Judah. Uh, Hezekiah, possibly?
No, it's Pekah and Rezin. They're listed in
Oh,
verse
okay.
1.
These refer historically to Rezin of Syria.
Mm-hmm.
That would be, I don't know. I'm probably not even pronouncing that correctly.
Okay, so the two kings that are attacking him are Pekah and Rezin. And it says, before this child
Rezin.
knows
Okay.
right from wrong, those two kings are going to get wasted by the king of Assyria, right?
Okay, so Rezin and Pekah, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Right.
I'm listening.
So what that means is that this child was alive when Rezin and Pekah got wasted.
The child being spoken of in verse 14.
Yeah.
Okay, for the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good. The land that you dread will be forsaken by both her kings. So, how is that going to parallel with that?
Parallel with what?
Your previous statement that you just made that that child has to be within that time frame.
The child was the timeline, right? Before that child knows good and evil, typically before it hits the bar mitzvah, age 12 or 13, before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, those two kings are going to get wasted by the king of Assyria. So what that means is between year number 1 and year number 13 of that child's life, this prophecy is coming true.
Okay. For before the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good. I'm not sure how that's tying in with your position. Like, can you give me like an interpretation or some scholar that would agree with this?
100% scholars agree with me. I'm not giving you an interpretation. I'm giving you what it literally says. Okay, so this is just basic logic,
Okay.
okay? If the child is going to be the timeline for when the Assyrians are going to defeat the two kings, then what that means is it has to happen before this child has aged to accountability. It's during the child's lifetime, which is why it says the young woman is with child. That means right now, in this very moment, the woman is with child and shall bear a son. And before that son knows right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you are going to get wasted. The prophecy is for King Ahaz during his lifetime.
So you're saying that in that passage that the woman being spoken of is with child at that time.
Exactly what it says. The Hebrew says ha'amahara, which means a pregnant young woman.
Okay. There. Okay. I'm looking at your translation, trying to compare it to mine. So this, what is this translation?
I'm in the NRSV, and there's a dozen translations that will say exactly what mine says. If your translation doesn't say that she's already pregnant, it's purposely lying to you because it's not translating the Hebrew. It's superimposing the Greek New Testament on top of it.
Here, I can just pull it up in the Hebrew. I'm gonna just go to Bible Hub and pull it up in Hebrew.
Bible Hub's not going to help you unless you can read Hebrew. Bible Hub overlays the King James Version.
All right. And you said your translation is what translation?
NRSV.
Okay, because um, yeah, because even in the Hebrew, it's saying, "Therefore, the Lord will give you a sign: Behold, the virgin shall become pregnant
Nope.
and
That's
bear a
not what the
son,
Hebrew
and shall
says.
call."
That's what the King James says. The Hebrew doesn't say that. There's no verb to become pregnant in there. Hurrah, the word you're looking at, that probably says
Uh
will
huh.
become pregnant, is an adjective.
The that
And it
Hebrew
does
word "hurrah" is actually has pregnant within the description of that Hebrew word.
look at the parsing of the word. It says that it's an adjective.
I know, but the meaning of that word is saying pregnant.
I know. Yeah, it means pregnant young woman. Ha'omah means the young woman, and hurrah is the adjective meaning pregnant.
Okay, so the young woman will become pregnant, right? I'm not sure how that's
It doesn't say she'll
an
become
issue.
pregnant. I don't know why you keep putting that in there. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say she's a virgin, and it doesn't say she'll become pregnant. It says that she is pregnant. The pregnant young woman
Okay, so the word, I guess the Hebrew word "alma" is what it
means young
is.
woman. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you're saying that the
So
Hebrew word for "shall become pregnant" just the, I mean, the definition is pregnant. So you're saying that the "shall become" is the
this
part that's
is
added.
this is an adjective. Yes, that's why I told you this isn't telling you what the Hebrew says. This is taking the King James and overlaying it with the Hebrew text. If you just click on hurrah, it'll tell you that this is an
Right.
adjective, not a verb. A verb would be present if it said, she shall become pregnant. Also, it's not in the right form for a verb. It's not even in the feminine form. The form that we find it in would be the nominal form, and it would mean that she became pregnant in the past, if it meant that at all, but it's not even in the right feminine form. If this actually was a verb, it would say he became pregnant.
Okay, so the young woman shall become pregnant. You're saying that that's not a sufficient translation, basically.
No. And it never has been. It's never been a good translation. The only reason why some Bibles say that is because they want it to be about Jesus, so they superimpose the Greek text over top of the Hebrew text and say, well, it must have said this despite what the Hebrew says.
Okay, so I guess continuing in that same verse, she shall bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is your view on the that word that's being
Emmanuel's
referenced to?
Emmanuel's
Yeah,
not a
of that
problem.
child.
It's a theophoric name, just like all of Isaiah's sons. All of Isaiah's sons have prophetic names. In fact, if you just go to chapter 8, you learn about another child, or even the same child with a different name, who acts as a timeline as well. The Lord said to me, take a large tablet and write on it in common characters belonging to Mahershala Hashbaz, that's the name, and have it attested for me by reliable witnesses, the priest Uriah and Zechariah, son of Jeberechiah. And and I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. Then the Lord said to me, name him Shalal Hashbaz, for before the child knows how to call my father or my mother, the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria. So this is a reiteration of the identical same promise from the last chapter. It says, have a child, give it this prophetic name. Before this child is old enough to do X, Y, and Z, the king of Assyria is going to defeat your enemies, Damascus and Samaria. Those are the primary cities of those kingdoms. And then it actually comes true if you read chapter 8. In chapter 8, as it's coming true, and the king of Assyria is coming down and defeating those two kingdoms and then making war against Judah, the prophet shouts twice, O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, and be dismayed. Listen, all you far-off countries, gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, and it will not stand, for God is with us, Emmanuel. So the prophecy is not about a child who is God. The prophecy is about a child who is symbolizing that God is with his people during this time of war. That's it.
So they don't. Okay, so in the chapter 7, right, where it's talking about this child and his name, you're saying that um, this is not actually talking about the child here?
No, just like the name of many of the kings aren't referring to the king itself. Like Hezekiah means like mighty Yahweh. Hezekiah is not Yahweh, we know that. These are theophoric names. Theophoric names are invoking the person's deity. It's not describing the person as a deity.
Okay, no, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this is clearly talking about a child here in chapter 7. You're saying
Uh-huh.
that in chapter 8, it's showing that this is not actually the child being spoken of here.
What
That's
I'm
what I'm not
saying,
getting.
what I said, it is either the child born in the very next chapter that is given another prophetic name, or the child doesn't get
Okay.
identified in the story. But again,
Okay, so where's the child? Where's the
the child's
Okay, so you're
identification
saying,
is not important, to be clear. The only
but in
person who
chapter
needs
8,
to
right?
know who the child is the king.
I'm listening, bro. So in chapter 8, you're saying that the child that's given is in reference to verse 3?
The child in 8?
Yeah, are you saying that that would be the child that's being spoken of in chapter 7?
Again, I've said this 3 times. Either the child in chapter 8 is the same one from chapter 7, or the child in
I know
chapter
which
7
child in
goes
chapter. Okay,
unidentified.
which child in chapter 8 are you referring to?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean, brother? That actually does matter. If we're
Either the child is born in chapter 8 or it's not. Either
I know, but I'm
way,
saying where in
it
chapter 8,
does not
if that's a
matter.
possible theory, hold on. If that's a possible theory, where in chapter 8 and which child would you be referring to?
The very first one, the one we
Okay, which
just
child is that?
read,
Okay.
Mahershala Hashbaz.
Crazy name, by the way. Okay. So that can't be the child, though, right? Because
Why
obviously
not?
that's not the name. Because that's not the name that was given.
It clearly is the name that was given. Again, children with theophoric names usually have multiple names.
Okay, let me pull it up in the Hebrew.
Most of the Judean kings, almost all of them had multiple names.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull it up real quick in
Jeconiah
the
had multiple names. Jehoiakim had multiple names. All of them had multiple names. And again, I don't know why you're missing
So
the most important thing. The identification of the child is not critical. The child's not even the important thing. The only important
well,
thing
that
in this
would be if
passage
it's
is that God's promise is going to come true imminently. How do you know that God's promise is going to come imminently? Because God gave you a timeline. The timeline are the prophetic children.
I'm saying the child is actually important. So you're
I
saying that it
I
could be
don't
this child that's
I don't think
spoken
so.
of in chapter 8. You're saying that that's possible, that could
Mm-hmm.
be a theory, right? So I'm just going through your theories of which child that is, which you're saying it doesn't matter what the child is, but that's the actual
Nope.
argument is.
It actually doesn't matter. Because again, the prophecy is about something happening during Ahaz's reign. That's the important part. The important part is that the child is alive and something's happening that Ahaz can witness happening while the child is alive.
Okay, so you're saying your position is it doesn't matter who the child is.
No,
So
it doesn't matter.
obviously
Not at all.
obviously my position is that prophecy that's being given in Isaiah 7 is fulfilled in Matthew.
But it's
So you're
not.
saying it's irrelevant though.
It's not fulfilled in Matthew. It's fulfilled during the reign of Ahaz. I don't know what part of this is
Okay,
like
so
that you're refusing
that's
to
okay.
engage
So
in.
well, the
So
problem is you're
let's
not
just
actually
clarify
holding to a
this.
position. You're all
Uh,
over the place.
I'm not. My
You're
position
saying
has
it
been
could be
very
this.
clear the
It could.
entire time. My position
No, your
is that the
position's not clear.
child
You're
is
saying it could be
alive
this.
during
It
the
could be
reign of
that,
King
but it doesn't
Ahaz.
matter.
No, I didn't say any of that. What I said is
That's
that the
exactly what you
child,
said.
nope, the child is alive during the reign of Ahaz. That's all you need to know. That's it. That's
And
the
I
whole
said, show me
argument.
where this child that's being spoken of is alive. And you said Isaiah 8,
I
and you went to verse
showed
3.
you verse 14. Verse 14 says the fucking woman is already pregnant. This is not difficult. The woman is
Okay,
already
so
pregnant,
once
and
again,
the
I understand
sign
that's your position.
and the sign. That's not my position. That's what the text says. The text says she's pregnant.
Yeah. Okay, so does it say that the Lord himself will give you a sign?
Yes, and who's you?
Ahaz.
There we go. So is this a sign that Ahaz has to witness?
Is this a sign that Ahaz has to witness?
Is this a sign to King Ahaz? The answer is yes. Does that mean King Ahaz will have to witness it if it's for him?
Yeah, but I don't think the timeline of that
There
is
you
going to
go.
line up with your position.
No, the timeline does line up with my position because he's alive when this child is alive. He wasn't alive when Jesus was born. Ahaz can only witness this happening if he's alive.
Okay. All right.
It's not a sign for Ahaz if it happens after he dies.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, I'm not going to argue that prophecy any further. I'll just have to
Okay.
do a deeper look on that specific prophecy. But I mean,
So
I guess there's some other prophecies we can go to.
the Christian position on this prophecy from scholars is that it's a double fulfillment, meaning the prophecy was actually about King Ahaz. That's what it's actually about in the primary context. But they believe that prophecies can have a dual fulfillment, that it's entirely disconnected from the original context. And I disagree. I see no reason to apply new dual secondary meanings to things that are divorced from the context. So what's the next one?
Yeah. Nah, I hear you, bro. I'm following along with what you're saying. So, I was just trying to actually see. It would be like confirmed to me where I wouldn't even try to use this anymore if I can actually just see the child within that context or the next chapter, which that's what I was trying to get.
But you did.
But you,
I read you verse 14 5 times where it says the child has already been
right.
conceived. That's all you need to know about when that child is born. Do you think that the
Yeah,
woman
no,
was
I'm
pregnant
saying
for 700
specifically I
years?
was no, obviously if she was actually pregnant at that time of the verse being spoken of, then she would have to have that child at that time.
Yeah.
So I was looking to see if we can see, that child that's being spoken of, if it is, the case that she was pregnant at that time, I was seeing if we could find that child being born within that timeline, which I get it. You're saying it doesn't really matter. We don't really need to see it because she was already pregnant. So I get your position. So yeah, I'll definitely look more into that. because obviously I'm not even going to use that if it's not a sufficient prophecy.
Yeah. Now, here's the disappointing thing is every prophecy you're going to turn to is going to read just like that. I'm going to go to the original context and show you how it doesn't mean what Christians have told you it means. And I'm going to reiterate that the only way Jesus fulfilled any prophecies is if you ignore the original context and apply a secondary meaning to it. All of them are just like that.
So by original context, you mean what's being spoken of in the Hebrew language, not like an interpretation?
No, what the original prophecy meant. Like who the original audience was and what the intended purpose of the prophecy was for, right? All of the prophecies concerning Jesus read just like that, where in the original context, it's clear that it's for that time period, for the time period in which the prophet was still alive. But it could be about Jesus if you apply a new context to it that is divorced from the original context and you just reinterpret a bunch of words. But I don't buy that as an actual valid hermeneutic.
Okay. So what's your thoughts on, let's see, Daniel 9?
Oh man, that's the worst one for Christians, I think. It's clearly about Antiochus Epiphanes, and this is not even something that's really debated among the scholars. Daniel 9 is directly fulfilled in First Maccabees chapter 1 and 2 and Second Maccabees like chapter 4 through 8. Antiochus Epiphanes did everything described in that chapter. And it's clear that the 490 years starts from the year 605, because at the beginning of the chapter, the angel comes while he's praying and he's pondering Jeremiah. In Jeremiah 25 and 29, it says that the Israelites are going to be destroyed for a period of 70 years and then they'll be restored. And this is happening just after the 70 years have expired. And Daniel is sitting around in like 522 and be like, hey, what gives? How come the prophecy didn't come true? So it says, the curse written in the law of Moses has been poured out upon us. Well, the curse shows up in Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26. It says, when God punishes you, if you don't return to him, he'll multiply your punishments by 7. So he's like, oh, it's not 70 years. Our punishment is for 490 years. So what that means is that this is a period of punishment that will eventually come to an end. But that period of punishment started in 605 when Nebuchadnezzar rolled into town and started laying siege to Jerusalem.
Okay, that was quite a bit there, bro. Okay, so
yeah, that was wordy. Sorry.
It's all right, man. Specifically, I guess we can start with verse 24, where it says 70 weeks are determined for your people and for your holy city to finish the transgression, to make an end of sins, to make reconciliation for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. And you're saying who fulfilled this prophecy here in verse 24?
Nobody completely. So the prophecy actually fails. So it was completed under Antiochus according to how the prophecy actually reads, but the last part of the prophecy where Israel is like restored and glorified and whatnot, that just didn't come true. Who's ever writing this is obviously writing in the middle of the Antiochian crisis, which is why he gets the 2nd century completely right. He knows everything happening in the 2nd century, but he doesn't know jack shit about Daniel's actual time period, and he doesn't know anything after the reign of Antiochus. Like he talks about Antiochus and his location of death, and he gets it wrong. Antiochus didn't die anywhere near where the prophet said he would die, because he was writing while Antiochus is still alive.
But if there is, because it speaks of the Messiah being cut off, right?
No, it doesn't.
After 62 weeks.
Nope.
Okay, so maybe I should look at what the Hebrew says. Obviously, this is translation. Yep. This is in the New King James Version translation.
Yep. The New King James.
So the Hebrew doesn't actually say the Messiah is going to be cut off?
No. It says a anointed person, or actually in proper English, it'd be an anointed person. So it says an anointed person will be cut off, which means it could be a leader, a governor, a prince, a king, a priest. It's just somebody who's some kind of a leader, the first one. So The first Mashiach Nagid comes after 7 weeks. And then that one is an anointed leader. So most scholars say that's probably either Zerubbabel or Joshua, the first high priest. Joshua was anointed in 516 when the temple was reconstructed. And then Zerubbabel a little bit after that. So that's one possibility. The second one comes after you said 62 weeks, and he's not even a Nagid. He's not even a leader. It just says an anointed one will be cut off. Most scholars put this
Well, yeah,
as,
that's what Messiah means.
yeah, most scholars say that this is Onias III, who, according to the timeline, if you calculate from 605, roughly that many years, you have the death of Onias III in 171, who is killed by Antiochus, and his brother Jason is put in charge. He makes a covenant for 3.5 years with Antiochus to end the sacrifices and offerings in the temple, and they put up the abomination of desolation inside of the temple as well under Jason's leadership, and that lasted until the revolt against the Greeks by the Maccabeans, or Judas Maccabeus specifically, and then after a period of about 3.5 years, that was the end of the weeks, and that was the end of the Greek Empire, basically. So their prediction is that when the Maccabean revolt was done, finally God's promises would come true. And that kind of failed. That was a bad guess.
So I did pull it up in the Hebrew. It actually does say Messiah in the Hebrew, that the
Unfortunately, it
Messiah
doesn't.
shall be cut off.
Nope.
That's the exact word in the Hebrew is Messiah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't say the Messiah. So this is the problem. Like, you're going to Bible Hub again, and this is the problem with going to Bible Hub without actually knowing the language. So the word Messiah, Mashiach in Hebrew, needs a definite article if you wanted to say the Messiah. That'd be HaMashiach. That's not what we find in the passage. Neither instance of Mashiach do we find a definite article at the beginning. It doesn't say the Messiah. And there are lots of Messiahs. In
Okay.
fact, Cyrus is called a Messiah in Isaiah.
Okay, so if that's the case, and I'll go ahead and concede to the Hebrew language because you're right, I don't actually know shit about Hebrew, but I just pulled it up in Hebrew. It doesn't mean I actually know, how to speak Hebrew. But okay, if it's just a Messiah, right? Um, where can we see this, you know, Messiah or anointed one or king or whoever you're saying this is, being cut off, obviously before the destruction of the temple in 70 AD?
You'll find it in First Maccabees chapter 1 and 2, and you'll find it in Second Maccabees, I believe, chapter 4 and 5. In fact, I've got it highlighted in my other Bible. Let me grab it.
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull it up.
So Second Maccabees is more concerned with the Jewish war than First Maccabees is, although both of them talk about it.
What
Specifically,
was the
the
first?
death.
First, I'm gonna pull it up. You said First Maccabees what?
First Maccabees chapter 1 and 2.
Chapter 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. And where are we gonna see this Messiah being cut off?
That's in Second
Like,
Maccabees. That's Onias the Third.
oh, second. Okay, second Mac. Okay, I just want to pull that one up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Second Maccabees what?
That's chapter either 4 or 5. Let me grab it. Actually, he does show up in First Maccabees as well, but let's go to Second Maccabees, verse 3, or chapter 3 first.
Mm-hmm.
So, before the death of Onias, you hear about how he was deposed as high priest. So he was deposed through treachery as high priest. says uh,
Mhm.
initially by Simon, says who had been made captain of the temple, had a disagreement with the high priest about the administration of the city market. Since he could not prevail over Ananias, he went to Apollonius of Tarsus, who at the time was governor of Coelesyria and Phoenicia, and reported to him that the treasury of Jerusalem was full of untold sums of money, so that the amount of funds could be reckoned. So he basically wages kind of a sideways war by trying to turn the Greeks against Onias, which eventually he succeeds. They actually eventually murder Onias III. Should be in the next chapter. So shortly after he's
And is
betrayed, Onias does get murdered or killed. Let me grab that.
okay. So we're going to chapter 4 now.
We're about to be, yeah. Hold on. 4. What verse does he get killed in? Yeah. So the betrayal continues. When Apollonius met the king, he told him of the money about which he had been informed. The king chose Heliodorus, who was in charge of his affairs, and sent him with commands to the effect the removal of the reported wealth, blah, blah, blah. Herodias at once set out on his journey, blah, 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 blah. All right, hold on. Let's see. I thought verse 7 is where we get Ananias. Am I in the right chapter? Second Maccabees 4. There we go. When the Seleucids died and Antiochus, who was called Epiphanes, succeeded to the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, that's why I said the brother of Onias took over for Onias after he was killed, obtained the high priesthood by corruption. Gotcha. So promising the king through the petition 360 talents of silver from another source. So he's going to be betrayed. Jason gets the throne or the priesthood after Onias is deposed in this chapter. After Jason takes the throne, Onias gets murdered. It says in addition, he promised to pay 150 more if permission were given to establish by his authority a gymnasium and the body of youth for it, to enroll the people of Jerusalem as the Antiochians in Jerusalem when the blah, 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 blah. Okay, so Jason came in. He made the agreement with Antiochus to forbid the Jewish customs and whatnot. And then shortly here, Onias is going to get murdered later in the chapter. Let me scroll down. Somewhere in here, he's going to get killed. There we go. While such was the state of affairs, it happened that the people of Tarsus and Malus revolted because their cities had been given as a present to Antiochus, the king's concubine. So the king went hurriedly to settle the trouble, leaving Andronicus, a man of high rank, to act as deputy. But Melanus, thinking he had obtained a suitable opportunity, stole some of the gold vessels of the temple and gave them to Andronicus. Other vessels, as it happened, he had sold to Tyre and the neighboring cities. When Onias became fully aware of these acts, he publicly exposed them, having first withdrawn to a place of sanctuary at Daphne near Antioch. Therefore, Melanius, taking Andronicus aside, urged him to kill Onias. Andronicus came to Onias and, resorting to treachery, offered him sworn pledges and gave him his right hand, and he persuaded him, in spite of his suspicions, to come out from the place of sanctuary. Then, with no regard for justice, he immediately put him out of the way. So he got cut off, got killed. Actually,
Okay, and how? Go ahead.
I would say, actually, it was such an uproar, according to the story, according to Maccabees. It was such a dastardly deed to kill Onias that it said, so even some of the Greeks became upset with what Andronicus did, but that's probably part mythology.
Okay, so where does this line up with that timeline in Daniel 9:26? Because I don't think it's like a specific timeline that's matching up here.
Oh,
That's
it's
showing
bar.
that Onias is fulfilling this.
Yeah, bar for bar it is. In fact, let me pull up Daniel 9. So it reads exactly like the timeline in Maccabees. So verse 25, know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to build Jerusalem, that's 605, until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. And for 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in times of trouble. After 62 weeks, an anointed one, Onias, will be cut off and shall have nothing. The troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. That's Antiochus and his army. And then it says, and its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war and desolations. That happened under Antiochus. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. That happened under Jason. And for half of the week he shall make sacrifice and offering cease. That is literally recorded word for word in Maccabees, that he made the offerings and sacrifices cease for 3.5 years. It says, in their place shall be a desolating sacrilege. That's what Antiochus put in the temple, until the decreed end is poured out on the desolator, which is what happened. After Antiochus was killed in war, they were able to undo the agreement between Jason and Antiochus and restore the temple.
Okay, so yeah, I'm looking this up as you are giving this view, because I see that this is obviously um, an argument that's discussed amongst Christians
This is
and
the
Jews
scholarly
specifically.
consensus. Like if you get a biblical commentary on Daniel 9, it's going to tell you everything that I just told you. Even my study Bible will tell you the same. I've got the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. It's going to tell you word for word what I just said.
All right, brother. Well, yeah, I'll look into this specific prophecy some more, and I'll come back up next time I have some more information on it.
Okay, fair enough. Do you want to look at any others?
No, I got to get going, bro. I want to actually
Okay.
take notes of this and go back and look through it. That way, next time I talk to you, I can have some more information
Well,
on
yeah, you hung out
this
with me for like over
exact
an
prophecy.
hour. So thanks for giving me an hour of your time. That was impressive.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate you. Appreciate the conversation, bro. I like talking about these things. So
Sure thing. Well, have fun with your son. Few things are as rewarding as getting to spend time with your kids, so enjoy it, and I'm sure I'll see you again in the future.
yeah, I'll come back up another time, bro. I just want to do some more research, but appreciate you having me up.
Sure thing. Cheers. All right. So as I suspected, my YouTube live stream is not being pushed out, and they didn't even look at my appeal. So I'm going to, I think, restart. Let me go 1 second. Let me double check my account. I'm going to restart my TikTok live stream because I don't think we're going to get any opposition from TikTok until I do. We may have to get creative with our prompts in the future now that TikTok has changed hands and is part of the evil cabal that doesn't approve of free speech, that want to label me a terrorist. All right, YouTube's still running. I'm not shutting down YouTube. I'm just going to restart my TikTok live stream, y'all. Also, we've got some people waiting to get in on YouTube on the guest queue. I'll get y'all here in just a second. Carlos, thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That is huge. I think that's 20 on top of your already 20 that you sent earlier. I really appreciate that, friend. That's super, super generous. And also, Lord Bean, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Trump is an evil lich who is amassing a WIGHT, I think I was saying, a supremacist army, and using tyrannical rule to help conquer the world. In order to fell the Dark Lord, we must destroy the phylactery. I do agree. It's pretty crazy right now that even our social media is like, they've got such a tight grip that even on social media you can't just say things anymore. Like, they'll label you as a domestic terrorist if you say something. 223 says, hi, Justin. What do you think is crazier, believing in God or flat Earth? Oof. Okay, so to be fair, I think believing in flat Earth is crazier, just hands down. I don't think that everyone who believes in God is crazy. In fact, I know lots of normal, sane, decent individuals that believe in God. So that's a real thing. However, I don't know any normal person that believes in flat Earth. I've not seen them. All right. My stream is getting pushed out right now. I just saw it when I logged into my backup profile. So hopefully it doesn't get cursed. But yeah, I think flat Earth is way crazier. Tragically, Shap says, as bad as things are, you in this community give me hope. Keep it real. I mean, keep it based in reality. Well, I certainly will do my best, and I appreciate that, Shap. So things are definitely getting rough. I think the hard part is not just that things are rough right now, it's that there's 3 more years of it. Like, guys, you got to remember, we're at the very fucking beginning of this thing. Like, we're at the tip of the iceberg right now. It's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. Daniel, thank you for the $10 super tip. Says, reason we don't see organic compounds self-assembling to a full cell in nature is because organic compounds get eaten up by already existing microorganisms. That's why we need experiments and abiogenesis research. I agree. So, like, even if we saw abiogenesis happening repeatedly, the reality is life is already so developed on the planet that it would get eaten up by some other organization. That's why abiogenesis seems to be one of those things that happens at the beginning stage, and then you're probably not going to see it again because, like, everything in our environment now is alive, and it is trying to consume other parts of the environment. That would include new life originating via abiogenesis. Non-obvious being, wild name, says Jesus sides with humans over laws when he heals a man on the Sabbath, Mark 3, 1-6. So that's the funny thing is there's no law against healing on the Sabbath, by the way. So what Jesus doesn't like is the tradition of the elders, also known as the oral law. Jesus seems to be pro-law of Moses. He wants you to follow that law. What he doesn't want you to care about is the tradition of the elders. That's why in Mark chapter 7, he chastises Pharisees for not murdering their sons who curse mother and father. He said, you got to do that. Side, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I will never understand how these people can justify their beliefs. They refuse to read the Bible and only go with what they have been told, not what the text states. Yes, that's the case. And that's what it takes to be a believer, right? To be a believer, you have to believe what you're told and not read the actual text. But the truth will set you free, friends. Kelly, good to see you. Thank you for the another super chat. Says, Justin, I am relatively new to deconstruction, not ready to call, but would sincerely like to know why you seem to avoid the prime mover debate. I don't. I've had it like 100 times. The prime mover debate fails like all of the other Aquinas arguments. The argument from motion, prime mover is usually what it's called. Like, it doesn't work because all of it rests on the idea that you can't have an infinite regress. Okay, so that's that, right? So it's not that I avoid the debate, it's that I usually fast forward through it because I already know the argument that breaks their argument, right? So rather than starting from scratch, I just say, listen, here's my complaint with the argument. And if you agree with me, we can move forward and either fix it or break it further, right? If you don't agree with me, then we can go back to the beginning. Most people agree with me, right? Most people agree that the premise they disagree with is the one where you can't have an infinite pass or an infinite regression. So that, honestly, it's just easier to start there because that's where every single argument with a Christian ends up. We always end up on that premise, giving an argument for that premise. So, Bertram, thank you so much for the fireworks. I appreciate that. The Exit. Thank you so much for the $10 super tip. Says, thanks for all you do. You and Sarah inspired my daughter, my adult daughter, and I to start a YouTube live stream as a safe place to build community for those deconstructing things. That is great to hear. What a wonderful thing that we're going to get a cross generational community group. That's fantastic. I love to see it when parents and grandparents can join in with the young folk in saying, hey, how much of this is true? Are we supposed to believe all this? What if it's not true, right? Still attacks, great to see. This is statistician systematics senses a Mississippi assassin, evil chuckle. Hee hee, sorry, Jay. That's crazy, Silotax. Also, the artist formerly known as the man with the stoat through his throat. This statistician systematic sense a Mississippi assassin. And all those with lisps says, fuck you. I'm just playing. We love you, Silotax. Hope you're doing well, friend. And Collapse says, the last few nights talking with Fildos, I really understand why you don't like to. They lie every time I trap them. Yeah, that's the case. It's like talking to Muslims. Muslims will do the same thing. When they get trapped, they just make up lies and hope that they don't get caught, which is why having M's is so valuable. Martin says, I'm leaving YouTube and have never been on TikTok. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I get you need the money, but please consider other platforms. Like what? What other platforms? You mean like Twitch? That's where gamers are. Gamers and like Hassan Piker. That's it. It's not like the debate space of the world. It's for gamers. That being said, like I did used to stream to Twitch early on. Nobody watched. So like, I don't know how much time and effort I should waste on it, right? And they don't have a feature where you can like promote your channel on Twitch. So it's just like, I don't know. I don't know how people grow on Twitch unless you're a gamer, to be honest. Apo says, does Joseph's adoption of Jesus legally situate him within Joseph's line? I don't think it does. I thought he had to be a literary descendant, not just adopted. I agree. That's why it says in 2 Samuel 7 or 1 Samuel 7. I think it's 2 Samuel 7. It says that he will come from your loins, right? It says from your body, right? Let me grab it. If I could type right. Yeah, 7:12. When your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. So this has to be a real actual kingdom, and it has to be a real actual body, or Jesus doesn't fit the bill. Mythical says, fun science fact for the night. Despite not having a brain, box jelly, fish have 24 eyes. I didn't know that. Also, I did learn that in like the octopi or squid, one of the two, they have brains like in their limbs. So like they'll have a brain in their arm that will do just their arm stuff and like report back to the main brain. It's fucking crazy. Animals are wild, y'all. HP says it's a wild seeing 2A bros denying the 2A right now. Wait, what's 2A mean? It's wild seeing 2A. Think 2A. What's a 2? Hold on. Jesus, all these fucking abbreviations. Okay. What does 2A mean? Apparently, it's an abbreviation for the Second Amendment. I don't know how anyone would think I would know that abbreviation. Okay, so it says it's wild seeing Second Amendment bros denying the Second Amendment. Oh, yeah, free speech bros. Yeah. Okay, guys, you gotta remember. I don't know any of these abbreviations. I remember I went to school to study electrical engineering and the Bible. I don't know any of these references from pop culture. But yes, the Second Amendment, abbreviated as 2A, is wild right now, seeing that like the people who shouted the loudest are the ones that hate it right now. Also, the same people that wanted pew-pews. We should be able to go fucking order coffee with pew-pews. Now it's like, well, this motherfucker in Minnesota happened to have a gun on him, so we had to murder him. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you not for the freedom to carry anymore? Anyways, anal salus says evidence-based worldviews tend to push people toward atheism and globalists' liberal moral frameworks, I think. No? I have no idea why you think globalists would be a natural result of this. Atheism, perhaps. I think when you deconstruct from religion, atheism becomes a super popular branch to end up in, right? But globalism, I don't think so much. Like, you might find the rest of the world more appealing because you've lost some of that cult mentality, but I don't think like globalism as like an economic idea becomes like more popular, if that's the notion. Like, I don't think people becoming atheists ever gave the PPP more chance of getting passed. Oh well. All right, I'm going to grab one more super chat. We'll get our next guest in here. From Sonic Shroom says, how are we here is different to why are we here? There may be no reason. I agree. I don't think there is a reason for us to be here. Now, why is there something rather than nothing? That's a very interesting question. And I don't know if anyone can answer that, right? It might be that it's not possible to have nothing. Anyways, I did restart TikTok, so hopefully we'll get some push out to some opposition. We'll see. Hopefully I'm not being throttled still. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to get into the discussion, you can join at tiny.cc/DZ Live. We'd love to hear from you. All right, let's grab our next guest in here. It looks like it's going to be Hasir Nicholas. Did I say that right? Hello?
Am I on?
Yep.
Can you hear me clearly? I'm not using the best equipment right now.
It's not super clear, but I can hear you some.
Okay, let me try to make a change. Let me know if it gets better.
Are you talking right now? Here? You with us? I can hear you now.
Is that better than before?
I can't say it's better. It's about the same, but I mean, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Hey there. I'm glad that you took my call. I'm calling from South Africa. It's 10 minutes to 3 a.m. right now. I don't know what time zone you're in. This is only to say, in case I seem not to be attentive or slurring my words or any such thing. Yeah, I'm a bit tired, but I was very interested in hopping on this call.
Sure.
I wanted to understand.
So-
So you said that this is more of a discussion, not a debate, right?
Well, it can be either, whatever you want. So, are you at least 18, though? We have to make sure you're of age.
Yes, sir. 21.
Okay. And you do believe that there is a God, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So, I don't believe there's a God. Do you have a good argument or a good reason to believe in a God?
I wouldn't say reasoning specifically. I would like to make an argument, but not. I wouldn't want to make a positive argument. More of a kind of reductio. So I would like to do that by way of questioning you or interrogating you if you're up for that.
Gotcha. So you just don't want the burden of proof for your claim?
No, not necessarily. I wouldn't say I don't want the burden of proof. I'm willing to do my best to answer any questions that you might have, any counters that you might have. I wouldn't want to say that I'm in a position of privilege to say I don't have to prove anything that I'm saying.
Well, that's why I asked. Right? I asked, do you have evidence or an argument why one would believe in your God?
All right. Just going forward, can I call you Mr. DZ, or is there a name you'd prefer? I just want to
You can call me
polite.
DZ is fine.
All right, Mr. DZ, thank you. So I'm not saying that I don't want to provide evidence. I'm willing to participate in the discussion or the argument, whatever the case may be. It's just I do believe that you and I coming from completely different worldviews. Would you agree that everybody has a worldview, whether they are conscious of it or not, whether they are aware or not, they have a worldview?
I mean, assuming a worldview is just the way that we understand the world, sure.
I am being more specific. I would define a worldview is a basic commitment to some sort of knowledge claim or epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics. That would be your worldview.
I think just about everybody has a belief system, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, yes, and whatever information is coming into them, the sense data, whatever it may be, is going to be interpreted through that worldview. Would you agree? There is no brute fact that is self-evident, that isn't theory laden or being interpreted by the individual.
No, I
Would you
think there are
agree?
brute facts in every worldview. I think every worldview, somebody is using a brute fact somewhere. So like in the theistic worldview, like God is the existence of God is a brute fact. In the non-theistic worldview, you might say that the universe is just like a brute fact.
Would both of those cases be able to be true at the same time? Wouldn't there be a case of one being true over the other?
If you're an ancient Greek, yeah. A lot of the ancient Greeks believed that the world and the gods were eternal, that the gods didn't necessarily create all things.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Well, I wouldn't want to speak for the Greeks, but what I'm saying on the individual basis between two worldviews, say the example that you gave, a theistic and an atheistic one, the atheist would not only affirm that there are brute facts in the observable universe, but also reject the notion of theism, and the theist would reject the notions that the atheist is promoting and would say, as you said, God is the brute fact. So they wouldn't be able to be true at the same time, right? One of them would be wrong. Either
If
the
you're
atheist is
asking,
correct and there is no,
can
and the
theism
theist
be
is.
true and untrue at the same time? The answer is no.
Okay, okay, cool, cool. No, I just wanted to establish that depending on the kind of worldview you have, different kinds of evidences are more valid than others. So, I might bring something that you would not consider evidence, and you might bring something that I might not consider evidence at all, depending on the worldviews that we have. For example, if I believed that my metaphysical claim is that everything is a simulation, there are certain claims you would make that I would deem not true because of my worldview. Then it'd be a matter of justifying my worldview. Would you agree? Or
But I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just trying to figure out what God you believe in and why you believe in it.
okay, I am an Orthodox Christian, Eastern Orthodox
Gotcha.
Greek.
And
Yes, sir.
what's an argument or a piece of evidence for the Orthodox/Christian God being real?
So, like I said in the beginning, I would like to go do it by the way of reductio, by
I feel like what you mean to say is
essentially
you want
trying
to
to
give me a
establish that any.
presuppositionalist argument. Do you want to do a presup or not?
I'm not familiar with that term. I've heard of presup. I do believe it would fall under the category of presup, but I'm
Yeah.
not too clear on the terms. But
So
I believe
a
so.
presup is not
I'll
an
just say
argument
that.
in favor of a deity.
Well, wouldn't it be able to be in favor of a individual worldview that encompasses that deity by proving that all other worldviews are absurd and impossible?
No.
How
That's why
come? Because
presup fails, because
if
you don't know what is in all possible worlds. You don't even know what is theoretically possible. You know maybe what's logically possible, but it
Mhm,
stops there.
mhm. Well, would you then say that there's an infinite amount of starting points in terms of worldviews? Is that what you would say?
Well, I say there's an infinite amount of worldviews. In my worldview, there's no starting point.
I wouldn't agree that there's an infinite amount. I'd certainly say that there's a huge amount, a large amount, but I wouldn't say that there's an infinite amount. I mean, I believe that there are certain things within metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics that you can say there isn't an infinite amount of it. For example, something can be true or not true. There isn't an infinite in terms of that part of your worldview. There isn't an infinite amount of options. either something's true or not true. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree that you use a lot of words to just say you don't agree with my position. Why are you so verbose?
I really want to be specific. I apologize
We
for being
don't
so
we don't need
pedantic. I just really
specifics.
want to be
You could have just
specific.
said it's not infinity, it's just a large number. That's all we needed.
No, but I need to substantiate that. I can't
No,
just
you
assume
don't.
that you're gonna agree with me.
Nope.
I don't want to assume that you're gonna agree with my statement. I really don't want to make that assumption.
If I disagree with your statement, I'll tell you.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So I will say that there isn't an infinite amount of worldviews or possible worlds or statements that you could make about any given category. There isn't an infinite amount of starting points. I do believe it's certainly finite, or at least finite to us, because I hope you would agree that we are finite beings.
Yeah. How does this get you to the argument?
Yes. So what is your ethic in terms of truth? Is there an ought to be correct? Is there an ought to be
So again, you're trying to
line
do
with what is
precepts.
true? Live your life.
I feel like
in
all the
line with
arguments
what
you
is
have
true.
are precepts. Now you're going to say my worldview doesn't work because I don't have grounding for truth. Does it go back to the precept again?
Essentially, you could say yes.
Yeah. Do these arguments work on anyone? Are people dumb enough to fall for this?
No, I don't talk to much people. I'll be honest with you. This is the first time I ever do something like this. This is kind of, I would say, thoughts that float around in my head, and I try to do my best to engage with them. But this is the first time I'm engaging directly.
So
like
I don't
this.
think
Yeah.
truth is a thing that exists that needs grounded. I think truth is a process and a
I'm
description.
not speaking about truth itself. I'm speaking about you living your life. Do you think there is an ought for you to be in line with what is true?
I think
rather
there's
than
a
the false.
I think there's a benefit to believe what is true. Do you think it's beneficial to believe what's true?
Beneficial in terms of what, material gain or just pragmatism?
To me, there's a benefit to me to know what's true.
Subjectively, or
That's all you got. You don't have objectives. Like, I know the Christian thinks that they have objective morals. They don't, by the way, just so we're clear on that. If morals come from God, then morals are subjective to God.
I wouldn't make it strict in terms of morals. I would say there are objective things other than morals, beyond just morals.
No,
There is objectivity.
what I'm saying is morals are subjective in your worldview and mine. That's what I'm saying. The only difference is you think they come from your God, and I think they come from human brains.
Could you flesh that out a bit more in terms of God being the subject and therefore morality being subjective?
Yeah, does God have a mind?
Does God have a mind?
Yeah.
Not in the created sense, no.
Does
not in
God
the
think?
created sense, but yes, there is. Say again?
Does God think?
Does God think? I do believe in divine conceptualism, so you could say, but it wouldn't be subject to time.
It would.
Temporal.
According to Exodus 33:6, it would. Okay, so did God decide what is morally permissible and what is not morally permissible?
Did God decide what is morally permissible? Is this in line with the text that you cited just now?
No, it's in line with the literally almost entire of the Bible. In the Bible, God decides what morals apply, who they apply to, and how long they apply for.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
I would say the ultimate authority as to what goes and what does not go is in line with God, and yeah.
That's right.
So
if God decided what is
the
moral
ultimate
and what
decision
is immoral, that means that they are subject to God's mind. They are mind dependent. It just happens to be God's mind, which means you've got subjective morals and I've got subjective morals. The only difference is I'm admitting that they come from a human being, and you're saying, no, they come from a higher mind, a better mind than our mind, but they're still actually subjective, which would lead me to ask the following question. Why would anyone be compelled to follow your God's subjective relative morals?
So I would find that question a bit difficult to answer, because I don't necessarily agree with your first premise, because I believe it assumes that immorality and morality, or rather the good and the bad, have a similar ontology, and I don't believe that. So I would say whatever, when it comes to the quote unquote moral decisions that God gives out, I would say us being moral is us being more like God. So my belief is that the purpose of life is theosis, to be in communion with God. So I would say the moral is being holy like Him, and anything other than that is
Okay,
deprivation.
so being
I
like
wouldn't say
God
that.
is moral.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so
In
genociding babies of unbelievers is moral.
what do you mean? What are you referring to specifically?
God genocides entire people groups and has babies smashed against rocks because their parents are bad. So if being like God is
Hmm.
moral, then that means genociding the non-believers is good.
If you were to, I'll get into that, into the justification, the moral justification, so on and so forth. But I just want to ask a question. If you will allow me, it's okay if you feel like I'm segueing or I'm taking away from it. If you were to presuppose that the God described by orthodoxy and within the scriptures, would you believe that that God has the authority over life and death?
I don't think authority is relative. I don't think that authority is a way to ground morals. Like I don't think something is moral because somebody of authority says it.
Well, I haven't approached the morality yet, and I agree with you completely. Authority does not, it's not a might makes right situation that I'm trying to describe. But in terms of authority strictly, not even asking the moral question whether it's good or bad to exercise that authority, but is there an authority over the life that He has created, presupposing that the God that is described by orthodoxy exists?
You might be able to say there's some authority, but authority doesn't mean free reign to do horrific things. For the same reason that your authority
Yes,
over your children doesn't give you free reign to like gouge their eyeballs out.
agreed. Yes, yes, I do agree that when it comes to morality, that's a different question. I just want to
So,
establish is there some level of authority over the being
I mean,
that is created?
I do think that there is a level of authority that is kind of inherent in the structure of creation. Like, if I create something like a child, I have some level of authority over that. If I breed like a dog, I've got some level of authority, but I also have a responsibility. With the authority comes a
Okay.
responsibility to like actually care for this thing. You're going to
Yes.
say that God doesn't have that responsibility. You're going to say God has all the authority and none of the responsibility.
No, not that I would say he has some sort of responsibility owed, but I wouldn't say exactly what you just said. I would rather say that the events that you're describing, I'm assuming you are describing the conquest of Salem, the conquest when they went into the promised land,
Oh,
the
there's a
conquest
bunch of
of
passages.
Moses, Joshua, so on and so forth.
He
Is that
does
the
it to the
conquest you're describing?
Midianites. He tells you to do it to the
Yes.
Canaanites. He tells you it's going to happen to the
Amalekites.
Babylonians. He does it to his own
Yes.
people. He in fact he tells his own people in Leviticus 26 and elsewhere, like Jeremiah
Please don't load.
19:9.
Can we focus on the genocide that you're talking about in the beginning
I'm telling
before
you
you
right
go
now.
into what to do with the Israelites and so on and so forth? Or do you want to encompass every
That
little thing that
is
happened? I
that
want to
is
go event
part
by
of it. What I'm
event if
saying is God
possible.
punishes people by genociding their populations, by murdering man, woman, and children. That includes his own people. And he says in Deuteronomy 28:63, he says, just as I took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so I will delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. So not only does God
Mhm,
ruin individuals by having their families torn apart and their babies murdered, he says he takes delight in
mhm,
it.
I hear you. I hear you. Understood. So, in regards to the Israelites themselves, I would simply say that would be a result of breaking the covenant. There
So,
were blessings promised, and the blessings came with curses.
so
I would
what?
say that. And then when it comes to the Amalekites, the Canaanites, and so on and so forth, are you
But
familiar with the order of you have a response?
but I said, so what? I don't care if they broke a covenant. So what? If I make a deal with my son and say, hey, listen, if you don't get straight A's, I'm going to break every bone in your body. That doesn't give me free reign to break every bone in his body. I'm his dad. I have
Would
some
you say
level of
that is analogous
I'm
to the
his
case of the
dad.
covenant?
That is analogous.
I mean,
As his
you're comparing
dad,
a
I have the
covenant between a God and his
responsibility of making
people.
a covenant that is not barbaric towards my son.
But would you say that comparing, your son's school marks to a covenant between God and his people, is that properly analogous?
Yeah, it's perfectly analogous. Yeah. Because a covenant is
Really?
just
Okay.
a pact of behavior, right? God demands worship. Says if you don't worship
Well, that
me,
depends
if
on the
you
covenant
worship
and what it
another
consists of.
God, do you want me to talk over you
That
the rest of this
depends.
conversation or not?
No, I apologize.
Because if you keep
Sorry, I got
talking
a bit
over me, I
excited.
promise I'll talk over you.
I understand.
Okay.
I apologize.
So it doesn't matter what the covenant is. If you're the creator of all things and you know all things and you're all good, it's on you to make a covenant that isn't barbarous. It doesn't matter what the agreement is. It doesn't matter if they're getting bad grades or if they're not worshiping you with the right amount of animal sacrifices or if they're worshiping another god. If the covenant includes barbarous acts like cannibalizing your own children, then it's not a good covenant.
What do you mean the covenant includes cannibalism?
Jeremiah 19, God says he's going to punish you, and he says the same thing in the book of Leviticus chapter 27 and again in Deuteronomy 28. It says, if you disobey, if you break this covenant, if you continue hostility towards me, I'll continue hostility towards you, and I will cause you to eat the flesh of your sons and your daughters. And then he does.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Like any
No, the
covenant
only reason I asked
that
is
includes cannibalism obviously is a barbarous covenant, wouldn't you agree?
it's not that I disagree. I just don't understand where your standard of orbiting morality is coming from. But I
It's
haven't gotten to that
subjective.
question. It is subjective, so it's not necessarily true.
That's what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is I have subjective morals and you have subjective morals, right? The only difference is yours comes from a God that thinks we should cannibalize children, and mine come from my mind, and I don't think that we should cannibalize children. I'm not sure that's a good thing. In fact, I can't think of a single instance where I would want to punish somebody by having them cannibalize their own children. So, like, just you as an arbiter, which covenant do you think is better? The covenant that includes murdering and eating babies or the covenant that doesn't?
Well, that's the thing. I would never consider myself a sort of arbiter, not as you are considering
So
yourself.
you don't
an
know
arbiter.
then. You don't know if the covenant that results in you eating your children is good?
I don't believe that anybody can reach absolute epistemic certitude. It's a question of epistemic certitude versus normative authority. And I believe in normative authority. I don't think anybody can come to absolute epistemic certitude as an
Okay.
individual. No.
So then you think sometimes it is good to eat babies as cannibalized meals?
No, sir. No, I have not said such thing.
Was it good when
I'm not
God did it?
giving. I wouldn't necessarily say that all acts in the temporal space are going to be objectively good. I do certainly believe, because it is a fallen world, that God works with it. And ultimately, it will be for the good. If you're asking in the moment, in the exact given moment, no. But I do believe in the eschaton, ultimately, it will be worked out for the good.
No, I'm asking, is God's covenant where he says, if you disobey, I'll make you eat your children, is that a good covenant?
I wouldn't agree with that summation of the covenant.
Okay, so it's not a good covenant.
That you've described, which I don't believe is the accurate representation of the covenant, no, that is not a good covenant. No.
Oh,
What you have described, no.
so you haven't read it yet then?
Not
Want me to-
necessarily that I haven't read
Want me
it.
to read it to you?
I don't believe that I'm a textual scholar. So, anything that you read is going to be up to my interpretation and yours, and you're going to use your interpretation.
No.
And you're going to claim that what
I'm not-
you're reading is just verbatim and that you're not interpreting and that you're just reading
I'm
what
not
it
interpreting, I'm
literally
just reading what
says.
it says.
Yes, I know that you're going to claim that, but there's no such thing as a text that doesn't get interpreted.
No, like we know. Let me ask you this: do you know what a son or a daughter is?
A son or a daughter.
Yeah.
Depending on the referent, yes. Not everything will have the same referent.
When I say, if you break this covenant, I'll make you do something to your son or your daughter, do you know what that means?
I can make certain assumptions, yeah.
Okay, so you do know what a son is.
I mean, I don't believe the covenant is going to be encompassed in that statement. You know, I believe you have to harmonize the
Just to be
entirety of the
clear,
covenant. If you're
I'm
going
asking
to
you,
do,
do you know what a son or a daughter is?
depending on the referent, yes.
Okay, fantastic. So when God says that I'm going to cause something to happen to your sons and daughters, do we know what those are?
Are you doing an internal investigation or
I'm
internal
asking
critique
you
of
if
this
you know how words
external?
work. So
Are you doing an
here's what
internal
I'm pointing
critique or
out
an
is
external critique?
you're running away from the text, and I'm demonstrating to you that you're
No,
doing
we can go
so
to it.
in a way that is dishonest, right? So, for example, it says, "You shall eat the sons of your, eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters." What does that mean? Which word in this sentence means something different than what it plainly says?
I wouldn't isolate that text. I would take the context of the entire Bible.
I'm asking you about the meaning of specific words. Which words in this sentence, "You shall eat the flesh of your sons and eat the flesh of your daughters," which word in that sentence doesn't mean what it says at face value?
My contention is that that's not an isolated sentence. It's within the context of the entire Bible.
I'm sure it is, and I'm asking you to tell me what the words mean.
So, to my best summation, as with my individual interpretation, I would say that this individual text, this isolated text within the context of the entire Bible, is going to be a case where, because we understand that God cannot contradict himself and that God is the ultimate source of goodness, I would not say this is a direct contradiction or immoral act of God.
I'm
So I
just
would say
asking
the
you, what
causing
do the
of the.
words mean?
Please let me finish, sir. Allow me, please.
Is what you're
So I
about
would
to
say,
say an answer to my question?
yes. I would say the cause, the specific cause. God is not the first cause. There are secondary causes, and the secondary
I didn't
causes
ask
is
you about a
going to be the sins of
cause.
the people.
I didn't ask you about a cause. I said, what do the words mean?
You shall eat the flesh of your sons, and you shall eat the flesh of your daughters.
What does that mean?
It means that the people will cannibalize one another.
There we go. Okay, so we agree then that this passage is saying that the people will cannibalize their own children. Do you know who causes that?
What are you referring to? Secondary cause or first cause?
Both.
I would say because the first cause of creation would be God, but God created subjects that are able to be acting as secondary causes, independent agents.
Who in the
So I would
Bible
say it's
takes
the
credit for
secondary
it?
cause. Okay, we can continue, but I just want to understand. Are you doing an internal critique or an
Who in
external
the
critique?
Bible causes it?
I just want to know how we're going to continue. Are you doing an
I'm going to
internal critique or
continue by
external?
asking you the question, who in the
Yes.
Bible says that he's causing them to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters?
Okay, I'll answer the question. I'm happy to, but I just want to understand. Am I just gonna
Sounds like
sit
you
here
don't
and
want to
answer a series of
understand.
questions? Because I've answered the first verse with the cannibalism case that you're asking about, and I
Right.
answered that question.
And we
And I
almost
wanted
got
to
to the
ask you, are you
conclusion,
doing
which
an
is
internal or external?
it's irrelevant.
Or is it going to be a series of questions?
I'm asking you a question, which is, according to the Bible, who's causing this event to happen?
But there's a second question, correct? Because your first question is, what does this mean? This
Man,
highlighted sentence mean?
the running
And then
away
I
from
answered that
questions
question.
is wild.
No, I want to answer the questions.
It's
fine.
on the
I just want to
screen right
understand.
now.
Am I
If
gonna?
if you don't know the Bible tells you who it is. God says,
I'm
I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and in the distress with which their enemies and those who seek their life afflict them. So who says he's causing them to do it?
Sorry, I'm reading silently. I'm not ignoring. So the person speaking is God. Yeah.
Yep. And he says, I'm causing this to happen, right?
I would say because it is a what's the term that I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm blanking a little bit. Because there is a condescension between us and God. He condescends to us. I would say that when we are receiving this word here, the first assumption that I believe that you are leading towards is that God is going to be the first cause. But I'm taking the entirety of the Bible and understanding human beings as second cause. So when I read this, I am reading this as
All I'm
God
asking
is
you is
giving
who's
the people
causing it?
over to their sins.
Does
God
it
is
say that?
giving. It has to be interpreted.
Oh, so you have to add that. So remember, like just 10 minutes ago, you said, I don't want to read the Bible because you're going to interpret stuff into the Bible that's not actually there.
I didn't say I don't want to read the Bible. I wanted to clarify
now we're
that
reading the
both have
Bible and you're admitting
interpretations.
that you're the one putting stuff in there that's not in there. So nowhere in the book is this God condescending. What he says is,
Can I
I
respond?
will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons, which means exactly what it says. It means God is doing something that causes them to eat the flesh of their children. Namely, he's besieging the city.
Can I respond?
I would hope so.
So I'm not a Protestant. I don't believe in sola scriptura. I don't believe that the entire revelation is going to be encapsulated within the Bible alone. Not a Bible alone guy. So I do believe there's going to be interpretation. So my normative authority would be the church.
So is the Bible
ultimately.
true?
Say again?
Is the Bible true?
In what sense? What do you mean by truth?
Are all the claims in the Bible true?
Historically.
Okay,
Like,
so
did
then
they
it,
happen in history?
so then it would be true that God made them eat the flesh of their sons and daughters, no matter what the church
I
said,
understand your
because the
question. Are you
Bible,
asking did these events...
because the Bible is
Sorry to
true.
disturb. Sorry. I just want to understand. Are you asking did these events take place historically?
I believe these events actually did take place historically.
No, I'm asking, is that what you're asking me? Is that what, when you ask me, is the Bible true? Is that what you mean, that the claims happened historically?
Yeah. When the Bible says
Yes,
that
I
something's
believe.
going to happen, can we be assured that it's going to happen?
Sure, but the justification of why we can be assured, I don't think we can have the same reasoning why we can be sure. But like I
Because
said,
God's
it's
word is
going to
true.
be interpreted. Say again?
We can be sure because in your worldview, God's word is true. God's word can't fail. Unless you think God's word can fail. Do you think it can?
No, certainly not. But I do believe the written text is going to be interpreted. So your
By you.
interpretation, my interpretation is going to be...
Not by me.
No,
Not
well,
by
each
me, only by
individual...
you.
No. Each individual is going to interpret. Every
No, I
person
didn't
is going to
interpret it. I said it means
your
exactly what
claim.
it says. So the words
That's
I
your
read to
claim,
you, the words I said to you is that when it says
Yes.
that this is going to happen, I believe it means exactly what it says. I'm not adding anything to it or taking anything away from it. When God says, I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters, my takeaway is that God is causing them to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters. You're the one that has to look at that and say, nope, it must mean something else.
Well, that's not my claim. I didn't just blanket statements. It must mean something else. I just want to understand. Do you believe that when you read something, that the text is self-evident?
Quite often, yeah. Especially if you studied the history and the language, it becomes much more self-evident. So, for example, like if you really believe that the Bible is true and that God did cause the parents to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters,
I don't believe that. I didn't claim that.
oh, so then the Bible's not true.
Well, no. I'm saying I did not claim that God is the direct cause. I believe that individual created subjects can
So did
act as
God lie?
secondary causes with genuine free will and energy.
Did God lie when he says I'm causing it?
Like I said, he condescends.
What
So it
part did
seems
he
like a direct cause,
cause?
but say again.
What part did he cause?
Well, foundationally, to be creation itself,
No.
and then giving
In
people free will.
in the
In this
passage,
case, in this
when he
specific
says
case,
I'm causing you to do this, what part specifically did he cause?
well, that's the thing. If you want to go verbatim and say that you're reading the words without interpretation, you'll have to show me those words that you just said are not in that scripture. He did not say, I am causing this.
Yeah, he did say that. So I don't know if I assume you don't know anything about the original text, but the word here for eat, oh, sorry, you can't see my screen. Let me put it back up. The word here for eat is a call in Hebrew. And if you just look it up in the Hebrew, it's in the verbal stem, the causative verbal stem, which is why it says, I will make them eat, right? If it was in a passive stem, you could say they will eat, but it didn't say that. It says, I will make them eat, meaning I'm causing them to eat, because it shows up in the causative verbal stem in Hebrew. So my wording is identical to what it would read in the Hebrew text.
Mm-hmm. But I'm simply going to ask my question again. By what mechanism is all this self-evident? By what mechanism is a written text or anything that gives information that you receive? By what mechanism is that going to be self-evident and not interpreted, not theory-laden?
Interpreted means that the words don't mean what they say on face value. I'm saying that's not the case. I'm saying that the words mean exactly what they say. When it says, I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, I'm saying it means exactly that. God is acting in a way that will cause them to eat the flesh and of their sons and daughters. I say it
Can you
means
give me a
exactly what it
definition
says.
of your interpretation once again, please?
It's not an interpretation.
No, I just want to know your definition of what an interpretation is.
An interpretation is when you look at words and you say it means something. Now, in my
Yes.
worldview, I'm saying it means exactly what it says. Eat means eat. I will make means I will make. You're the one saying, no, these words must mean something else. I don't see a good reason to believe that. Why would I believe that these words mean something else?
I don't understand why you keep adding that something else. We're both saying that what we're reading means something.
And it means
something else
that
would,
God is
if you're gonna
causing
claim that I'm
them.
saying it means something.
God is
If you're gonna claim
causing
that I'm
them to
saying
eat
that-
the flesh of their sons and daughters, because that's what it says.
I just want to pen down your understanding of what interpretation means.
Interpretation
say
is
that
when you
when
read
I'm-
words and you apply meaning to the words.
So why do you keep saying that my putting of meaning is something else, as if yours is the objective of what the understanding is?
No.
I
I
just
didn't
don't
say
understand.
anything
Is your
about it objective.
interpretation-
What I'm saying is, in my interpretive model, the words mean identical to what they say on the page. Right?
So is
When
your
God
interpretive model true?
says he's causing something, it just means that God is causing something. Now, in
So is
your
your
model, you're
is your
saying, no,
interpretive model
God
true?
doesn't cause it. Right? So I'm trying to figure out why I would adopt an interpretive model where words don't mean words.
I'm not asking you to adopt it. I'm asking you to justify your interpretive model. So I'm asking, is your
let's go
interpretive model true?
word by word, right? So this is actually
We
one
don't
word
need to
in
go to the
Hebrew.
individual word. I'm asking
So
a separate
when
question. I
God
don't know why you
says,
don't want to
I
interact with my question.
will make them eat, what does that mean? In your interpretation, what does it mean when he says, I will make them eat?
Do you not want to engage in my questioning? Am I not allowed to ask questions?
I've already
and ask you to
answered your
engage?
question. It's an obfuscation.
You haven't.
Your question is both absurd and it's obvious. So
It's
I'm trying to
absurd to
figure
ask for
out
a definition
why.
of
I'm trying to get down
interpretation.
to brass tacks to figure out why you don't like my interpretation, and you want to insert one that is lying on the text. So I'm giving you the first word of the sentence. In Hebrew, this is all one word. In English, it's a series of words, and I will make them eat. What does that mean?
Would you like to know why I don't accept your interpretation?
I'm just asking, what does it
Since you
mean?
wanted to get down to that brass tacks as to why
I'm
I don't
asking,
accept
what
your
does it
interpretation,
mean?
would you like to know?
What does it mean?
Would you like? But before that, you said you'd like to
No,
get down to the
I
brass
don't care.
tacks.
I want you to answer my question. What does the phrase mean, I will make them eat?
In my interpretation,
Yeah.
it's him giving them over to their sin, and their sin is caused by their secondary.
Then why
cause,
doesn't it say that?
Individual secondary.
Why doesn't it say I'm giving you over to your sins?
He says that in other places in the scripture.
Does he say it here?
Not in this individual case, but in the case
Okay,
of
so then
the
why
acts
would
of the
I
Israelites.
take this
Let me finish
case?
my response if you don't mind.
Why would I
Let me
take
finish
this
my
case?
response if you
No,
don't mind.
because I didn't ask you for a defense of your answer. I just asked for the answer. I asked a yes or no answer. I'm sorry, I asked a yes or no question, and all I wanted was a yes or no. I didn't need the explanation. Okay, so
The question wasn't the yes or no
in
question.
another passage in the Bible, God does give them over. We see that in Romans chapter 1. In Romans chapter 1, God says that he gives them over to a depraved mind. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you, in this verse here, does God say, I'm giving you over?
The issue is I don't take this in isolation. Neither do I take Romans in isolation or any other place in the Bible in isolation. I don't do that.
Listen, I'm not either. What I'm saying is there are times when God will give people over, and there are times where he will cause things. The times where he gives people over is when God says, I gave them over. The times when he caused things is when he says, I caused it. This is the beauty of my interpretive model. My interpretive model is it means exactly what it says. Your interpretive model
is objectively true.
Look
that
over there. Don't look over here.
True?
Just look over there. Whatever happened over there, if I don't like this passage, I'm going to take something from somewhere else and apply it to this passage because I don't like what this passage actually says. And keep in mind, my interpretive model actually matches the context. The context is that God is punishing his people. He's punishing his people by bringing in the Babylonian army, and the Babylonian army is going to lay siege to the city, and he's going to cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and their daughters, which means it's something specifically that God is doing. That's why God says he is stirring up the Babylonians.
All right. I just want to know that statement that you said, that your interpretive model sticks to the context, that my interpretive model is lying, is obfuscating, so on and so forth. Is that statement objectively true?
My statement is true.
Objectively.
My statement is true on every parameter we have to measure truth.
Is it objectively true?
Are you objectively real?
See, I'm asking you a yes or no question now. Can you answer a yes or no question?
I don't believe that human beings are in the position to make objective claims.
You can't answer the yes or no question. You have to flesh it out and be specific, like I tried to, correct?
No, what I'm saying is that I don't think human beings can make objective claims. I think we can say things are true to the best of our knowledge. So to say that something is objectively true would mean that you had a solution for solipsism, and neither of us have a solution for solipsism. So since neither one of us has a solution for solipsism, I can say that I believe something is true, but I would never make the claim that it is objectively true because nobody can actually make that claim in reality.
But that's an assertion, right? Because even that statement could be wrong. That statement that you said, nobody can make an objective claim in reality. Is that an objective claim?
I said it's
also subject.
I said it's true to the best of our abilities to determine truth. So again, like these types of like Stephen Turek, like 1999 era apologetics, like trying to get caught in the objective trap. It doesn't work on me. I read that book when I was a teenager, and it didn't work when I was a teenager. It certainly won't work as an adult.
I'm a little bit out of context. I'm from South Africa, man. Who's Stephen Turk? I'm
He's
assuming you're from the US, right?
a goofy apologist who tries to do like nonsense word traps like what you're doing right now.
I'm assuming you're from the US.
Yep.
Okay, understood. And you said he's an apologist, a Christian apologist, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Okay, understood. No, I just wanted, I'm trying to get to what I believe is the brass tacks. And as you said, you also wanted to get down to the brass tacks. And my understanding of that is that no matter what you read, every bit of information that's going to come in is going to come in by interpretation. And that interpretation is going to be determined by your worldview.
No,
that's why I was
wrong
asking
again.
in the beginning about worldviews, because we can go ad nauseum in the
you're wrong.
text and we will never agree. Say again?
Again, my worldview
What
is
did you
not
disagree with?
my worldview is not interpreting this text. Your worldview is causing you to interpret the text. All I'm saying is that it means exactly what it says. No interpretation required. When God says, I'm causing it, it just means I'm causing it. That's it. I'm not adding anything to it. I'm not taking something from over there and saying, well, it must mean what this says over here. I'm saying it means exactly what it says. And you're saying, I don't like what God said. So I'm going to find something over here. I'm going to find something over here and say that this must mean what this says over here, because otherwise I have to admit something that's like really nasty to admit, which is that my God thinks it's okay to punish human beings by cannibalizing their children.
Okay, I understand you're doing rhetoric. I won't fault you on that. That's fine, because you added words to my mouth that I did not say, but that's fine. I've got a dictionary next to me. I'm looking at the definition of interpretation. Interpretation is the act of explaining, understanding, or assigning meaning to something, such as text, an event, or a statement. Would you say that when you read that,
the amount of trying to run away from the Bible on nonsense topics is wild. The fact that you want to do a half-hour discussion on the definition of the word interpretation just shows that like you're not capable of being honest. The fact that you want to run away to the meaning of the word interpretation rather than addressing what the text actually says tells me that you're not being an honest interlocutor here. I don't care what the definition of the word interpret is. What I care is what these words in the book mean. What does it mean when God says, I will cause? And you told me that the phrase I will cause actually means I will give them over. Why would I accept the words I will cause them to eat? Why would I accept a rewording that says I will give them over? Why would I accept that?
Okay, I would like to respond, because both you and I are participating in the same game here. Whether you like it or not, you said we're not using rewording. You say I'm using rewording. I could make the same accusation to you that
what did I reword?
Applied understanding. Allow me to finish, please.
I'm going to ask you the same question as soon as you're done.
Yes, it's fine. Ask the question as soon as I'm done. That's fine. I'll try my best to keep it short. I won't filibuster. I'm doing my best here. All I'm saying is that what you're reading, you have added explanatory power to it. You have added your own understanding and you have assigned meaning. You say that that's not what you're doing. You're simply reading the text. But the text, you are assuming, I believe, that the text has some sort of meaning. Correct?
I know it does.
Okay, cool. I understand that. You know that it has some sort of meaning. But my claim is that whatever that meaning is, it is not self-evident. It is not a person who is speaking directly to us, who is giving us their understanding. This is text and information that we're reading. And it's going to be holistic. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to isolate the text. So whatever explanatory power you have, whatever understanding you're adding to it, that is going to be by your interpretation.
Okay. What did I add to this?
My claim is that interpretation is going to be dictated by a worldview.
I'm asking, what did I add to this sentence? The sentence, I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters. What did I add to it?
You've definitely added morality. You believe that this is...
I didn't add morality to it. Nope, I didn't say that. Not once did I say that this is like morally wrong. We're going to get there, I'm sure. But what did I add to this text?
What do you mean?
You said I added to this text. What did I add?
You have an interpretation of the text. You've participated.
I'm asking you, what did I add that is not in this text?
Your interpretation. You have an interpretation.
What words?
Even if you haven't stated it
what
right now,
words left my mouth that I
my
added
claim
to
is
this
not going to
text?
be verbatim. My claim is not going to be on verbatim words. My claim is going to be on interpretation.
All right, so we'll try this again. I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters. And my interpretation is that he will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters. Did I add anything to that?
You have an interpretation, yes, sir.
What did I add to it? Because I said that it meant exactly what it said.
The text doesn't come with its own interpretation.
It does. So words have no meaning.
I did not say that. I did not say that. No.
Okay,
sir.
so do words have meaning? Yes or no?
If they have a referent, yes, they have meaning.
When God said words, did those words have meanings?
Yes. There was an intended meaning.
And when God said, I will make them eat, what did that mean?
So if you want to break down into minutia like this, I'm not going to participate in this game because, like I said, I'm not going to isolate text.
What I don't want to do is get into what words actually mean. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. I don't want to get into minutia of what God actually said.
Can I ask you those words, those few words, and I will make them eat. Okay, those words.
Howard,
can I ask you?
Refusing to even read the Bible and even take a wild stab at whether or not words mean words. The reason why you don't want to get into minutia of reading the text is because you're dishonest, you're a coward, and you know at the end of it, what's going to happen is there will be thousands of people that are going to watch you say that words don't have meanings. But if words do have meanings, then they're going to watch you say that sometimes it's okay for God to cause human beings to eat their children.
I haven't said that, but I do want to ask those words, and I will make them eat. Are you taking those words in the context of the whole paragraph, or have you isolated those 6 words?
The entire fucking book. I've read every last word of this book. There's not a single word in this book that I haven't read multiple times. So I'm telling you that God promises when his people disobey his covenant, he promises to punish them. As part of that punishment, he says, I will do something that will cause you to do something else. I will cause you to eat the flesh of the sons and the flesh of your daughters. God's taking responsibility for that. That's in the context of the Bible. He says it a dozen fucking times.
Yes, sir.
So either he caused it or he didn't. If he caused it, then all you have to do is say, yes, sometimes God causes this to happen. If he didn't cause it, then you'll say, this isn't true. He didn't actually cause this to happen. The Bible said something that's not true.
I don't have to submit to your dichotomy and your false either or.
It's a true dichotomy.
It's a false either or.
Either what it says is true,
whatever you're saying is subjective.
Either what it said is true or it's not. Either what it's.
You already made a claim that you can't make truth claims.
I didn't say that at all. This is
how
I know you're dishonest and you can't listen. I said no human being should be making objective truth claims because we can't get over the hurdle of hard solipsism and neither can you, which means we can only make truth claims to the best of our knowledge. I didn't say we can't make truth claims. I'm saying we can't make declarative statements about objective reality because all of us are interacting subjectively with the world, which means all of our claims, no matter what, boil down to subjectivity. Every claim that comes from a brain is a subjective claim because it comes from a brain. Brains make subjective claims. The definition of subjective is mind dependent. claims are mind dependent. It means our evaluation of whether or not it's true also comes from our brain. So it's a true dichotomy in the language we're using that either God said a thing and it happened, or God said a thing and it didn't happen.
But ultimately, outside of my mind and your mind, that is not objectively true. All that you just
It's
said.
crazy. He can't engage in the actual dialogue one bit. He's so terrified. He's so cowardly and is like trying to retreat to like these word games that he refuses to engage in the actual meat of the discussion, which is, did it fucking happen or did it not happen?
Well, I wouldn't use the word cowardly. Definitely nervous. I'll be honest about that. Definitely nervous. This is the first time.
Did it happen?
All I've got to say is that this is good learning experience. I'm excited to take this further. Maybe not with you. I don't know if I'll ever meet you again. And I hope you are well. This has been a good engagement.
Text happen.
Hey man, you said it's not a debate, it's a discussion. So I'm not gonna continue. I think this has been great. I don't appreciate the swear words. It's fine. I don't like the rudeness. I've been trying to be kind.
I'm not a Christian. I can cuss all I want.
No, I'm not expecting you to hold to a certain standard. I'm just letting you know how I'm reacting towards the way you've been acting. I don't appreciate it, but you don't have to hold to that. Like you said, you're not a Christian. It's fine. But I do appreciate you letting me on. I do appreciate you engaging. I think I could have performed better, definitely. Learning experience. I don't know if it's nighttime on your side, but
my only
it's good morning
advice
to me.
is next time, be honest with the text. Don't run from it. If it says it, stand 10 toes down and say, yeah, my fucking God did something, and that's his right to do it. That's your position. Your position as a Christian is when God does something, it's good for him to do it. He's justified to do it. Don't listen, when you get up here and say that words don't mean words, you're demonstrating
I didn't say that though.
That you can't be honest.
Please don't claim that I said words don't.
It's exactly what you said.
I didn't say that. You asked me if words have meaning, and I said yes, words have meaning.
That the words on this page don't mean what they say. And I'm saying, no, these words mean exactly what they say.
That does not equal no meaning.
And you can't accept it. You can't accept that words have meanings. So when I ask you which words don't mean what they mean, then you refuse to get into the minutia. Oh, no. When we get into what do words actually mean, I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that words have meanings. But I do know this. They can't mean what they say. That's dishonesty, bro.
Well, that's not the same claim as saying that I said words don't have meaning. That's not accurate. I simply said that if they have a referent, yes, they have meaning, and that whatever meaning we're going to apply to is going to be.
But you can't tell me what they mean. I tried to get you to tell me.
I feel like I
tried to tell me which one of these words needs changed and why would I accept you changing the meaning of the word, and you said I don't want to get into the minutia of reading the text.
But I don't believe it's change that is happening. I believe it is interpretation.
It is change. Nope.
I believe it is interpretation.
It's not interpretation, it's changing meaning. If your interpretation changes the meaning of the text, you're changing the meaning of the individual words. If I will make them eat, no, it doesn't. You don't even know what that means. If God says, I will, no, it doesn't beg the question.
Is there and that you have access to
That's not what begging the question means. Begging the question is when your conclusion is supported by the conclusion. You don't even know, like if you went to school to study philosophy, you obviously studied philosophy at some point because you're Orthodox. You should have at least learned what begging the question is. This is preposterous. Come on.
No, I didn't go to school for it. I want to. I'm planning to. I'm interested. Yeah, you're right.
Well, go get a real degree in biblical studies. Don't study philosophy. It's a waste of your time.
I don't know about biblical studies. I don't know if I have any good institutions for that right now. I'm in South Africa, so that's not really something that's going to be institutionalized. But yeah, I'll study further. I'll take your advice with that.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks for talking to me.
Yeah, man. I don't know if it's morning or night, so good night or good morning or good evening, whatever the case may be, whatever time it is, and where you are. I heard there are storms and blizzards and whatnot. So
It's like
Stay warm.
the early hours of the evening. It's like 8 o'clock and something. So it's not late yet. Although, maybe it's mid-evening. I don't know. It's evening. But get some rest. Thanks for talking to me. And read your book.
I'll do a lot more. Thank you.
Okay. Imagine your entire argument being words don't mean words. It's wild. It's wild how when Christians read this book, words have zero meaning at all. Also, we got like 500 people in here on TikTok, which means I don't think after I restarted it, I don't think they penalized me. I changed the name of the stream when I restarted it. They penalized me the first time I went live, and then I restarted it, and I think we're actually getting some push out because people are seeing it live. But no opposition, shockingly, which is odd. I expected there to be some opposition. The YouTube stream, both of them performing well. I've got 2,000 people on DZ Debates. Let me see how many people are on Deconstruction Zone, but nobody in the YouTube queue, surprisingly. Usually we have like a full YouTube queue at this point. Let's see if the vertical stream is running. Vertical stream is running. We've got 500 people over there. So we've got 2,500 people watching on YouTube, and somehow no opposition? Fucking crazy. Did we defeat all the believers? Is that what happened? There's no Christian, not a single Christian or a theist or a Muslim that can defend their God? Not a single one of them? Crazy. Okay. Well, I'll read some super chats, and then hopefully we'll get some opposition in the box here. Crazy night tonight. Oh, well, it is what it is. Adam Brown, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, why would someone say Heli is Joseph's top-in-law? Is there any precedent for a lineage including in-laws as children? Someone ran this on me, and I wanted a better comeback other than you're stupid. So this is funny. The solution that you're referring to is given by Eusebius, which is... So Eusebius invoked levirate marriage as the answer for the lineages being wrong. Now, I don't think it's a good answer, but it's more plausible than the garbage interpretation that one of them is Mary, one's Joseph. They're clearly both Joseph. And so what they're saying is, after Joseph's real father died, there was a situation of levirate marriage, and Joseph's mother got remarried. And so what happened was Joseph's second father became the other father of Joseph from the other one. So mine's on page 36, I think, in chapter 1, the person and the work of Christ. And they show the father of Joseph is by birth Jacob. And then Heli was by adoption, right? Now, and this is fine. You could do this solution. This is a viable solution. And theoretically, like, they think Jesus was adopted anyways. You know what I mean? So from the view of the authors, it seems like adoption is a perfectly fine vehicle for lineage. I don't know if I buy it. I haven't looked close enough in the Hebrew text to see if they ever trace lineage through adoption, but we do know in levirate marriage, you typically inherit the name of your deceased father rather than the lineage of your adoptive father. That's usually how they do that. German Chu says, I'm one of the few who watched you on Twitch. No fucking way. Since we were a minority, I consider myself persecuted and therefore truer than the verts and the whores. You know what? Maybe I'll start streaming to Twitch again. I was at one point streaming to Twitch and Facebook, and nobody was watching on Facebook. But I've got more followers on Facebook now, and I think they've changed the policies that I can stream to my main Facebook page rather than like this. It used to be that if you had a Facebook profile, you couldn't stream using that profile. You had to create like a page, and then you could stream to that page. So if you had a profile, you still had to create a fan page and stream to your fan page. Like, what the fuck? Why? I don't want 2 pages. So like, no, that's why. But anyways, I think they changed the rules. I think I can use my main Facebook profile for streaming now. I'll look into it, but maybe I'll get back to Twitch, y'all. And Charles, thank you for the $10 super chat, says to all my secular humanists, remember to stay strong and keep calling your representatives to defund ICE. Christians, we don't need to be threatened with hell to do the right thing. That's true. Unlike Christians, we do the right thing because it's the right thing, not because we're getting threatened. And Chodicus has a series of super chats. Let me see if I can get through them. Thank you, my friend. Says, Second Amendment bro here. Government is incompetent and often horrific. Minnesota is a great example of why we need the Second Amendment. I agree. I do agree with you, actually. And Chodicus with the follow-up says, DZ in the house, feuding with Yeezy, fighting against Religizy. I don't know who Yeezy is, unless we're talking about Yeezus, Kanye, or as he's now known as Ye. That guy's crazy. Like, so like, sometimes we say that somebody's crazy, but it's kind of in jest. Kanye's legit. He needs medicated. He's not right in the head. There is a screw up there that's completely loose and it's just rattling around up there. He really needs help. Chodicus says, Philbro timer, please, Doug, start the timer. Sorry, I didn't do the timer because we didn't do a proper Philbro argument. I kind of fast forwarded through it. But typically, if they come up with a premise-based argument, I'm going to start it. Chodicus again says, premise 1, Philbros exist. Premise 2, snore. Listen, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That's why I wanted to fast forward through his bad argument rather than wasting everyone's time. And I think he allowed me to do that, which was nice of him. It says, Philbros are the sovereign citizens of philosophy. I know. The minute you hear presup, all I hear is, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Oh, fuck me. You don't need a permit to travel. Okay. All right. Let's put the cuffs on. Get in the back of the car. Tell the judge, okay? Master Machete here, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, give these Philbros DZ nuts censoring. You know what? I'm surprised we don't have a joke about that more in the community. DZ nuts. It seems like it was inevitable. Bryce Aroni, my friend, good to see you tonight, says, Sar only wants to interpret scripture through the entire context of the Bible, except he doesn't know the entire context, and he's assuming the New Testament is cohesive with the Old Testament, begging the question, indeed. Right? But really what he wants to do is superimpose another part of the Bible onto this part of the Bible that makes him uncomfortable. And Design says, hey, Justin, some of verifiable history in the religious texts include their spicy palace intrigue. How well corroborated are some of the motives and conversations surrounding historical events? I don't know what you mean by spicy palace intrigue. That being said, a lot of the wars and stuff happening in the Hebrew Bible appear to be true. They got their asses kicked by Nebuchadnezzar, Sennacherib, Tiglath-Pileser. That's all real stuff that happened. They actually did join forces with Pharaoh Necho and got their asses kicked, even with the Egyptians helping them. There's a lot of history in the Hebrew Bible. But to me, I don't think any of that justifies the mythology, which is the problem. Ben says, imagine being a defense attorney for a suspected murderer and saying to the jury, we can't consider the evidence of this specific murder without understanding the context of my client's other murders. Oh, fuck, Ben. That nailed it. Like, you can't consider what God did here unless you consider what he did over here. No. When we're examining a case, we're examining that specific case. Skeptics, good to see you. It says this may say $5 super chat, but I interpret it to say $500 super chat. Fucking nailed it. Context got you to $500 because somebody else probably sent one once. Archibald says, eat the flesh of their sons. That's obviously referring to Fleischmann's margarine. God is going to make them eat a piece of toast spread with the butter substitute that won't be invented for 2,000 years. Clearly, that's it. Obviously, flesh is a metaphor for something. Obviously, the sinful nature, the flesh is the sin nature. God's going to make them eat the sin nature of their children. That's obviously what he meant. And Gretchen, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. Says no answers, no arguments, all accusations. This is painful. In the name of all that does not suck, I beg of you to kick this Phildo. I did, Gretch. I did. He's gone. We kept him on a little bit longer than we should have, maybe, but he is gone, right? So, I apologize. I drugged that out. I'm going to grab 1, 2, 3. I got 4 more super chats. We'll move on to our next guest. Archibald says, swear words. I didn't hear any swear words. Justin might have said fuck a couple of times, but I interpret that word as meaning flower. My evidence pulled from way out of my butt. Yes. Listen, as long as words don't mean words, then I never cussed. And we heard it from that last guy. Words definitely don't mean words. So I think I'm in the clear. And Iskander Nadors, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, says, South African caller, words don't mean that you're interpreting me. So you're upset with Justin's curse words. So now you're interpreting them. Your interpretation works, but Justin's not at all. That guy was a joke. He was a joke. He was coping. I think he knew he was coping. I just don't think he knew what to do with it in real time. I think it's the first time he really has been forced to read the Bible and just didn't know what to do with it. And here we are, right? Zandabatu, thank you for the $20 super chat. So during the guest from South Africa, I've always hated willful ignorance, but he made me realize how much I hate weaponized politeness. The disgust I got from his weaponized politeness made me shiver. I agree. I don't think he was polite. I think his fake politeness was a rhetorical tactic. I think his dishonesty is all we needed to know about him. If you're polite but you're dishonest, I don't care. I still don't like you. EJR Jenkins, thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. That is huge. And beautiful kitty cat is exhausted from snow blowing, fell asleep while watching Unapologetic, dreamed I was cuddling with Justin while listening to Dr. Blitz, and Ian was Stewie Griffin and kept telling us to calm down. I fucking love it. So you're over here listening to Dr. Blitz and cuddling with me, with Ian in the background saying, calm down, mouth breather. Calm down, mouth breather. I love it. That sounds like a grade A dream. That's a fantastic dream. Jenkins, I appreciate you letting me know. I'll fucking cuddle with you. All right, let's grab our next guest, and we'll keep on rolling. Welcome in, Osmond.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Yeah, not so bad. I've got the Bluetooth things in my ears, so sometimes it can be a bit echoey. I've recently been studying the Bible,
Sure.
and I used to be a Catholic when I was a kid, and I'd like to get into what you do, anti-apologist stuff. I was wondering, what do you think are the best apologists to maybe look up and research what their arguments are and things like that?
Wait, are you a believer?
No, not anymore.
Oh, well, congratulations. You're on the right side of reality.
Well, thank you very much. I like to think so.
Okay. But we are just doing debates here, okay?
I apologize, mate. I really
No worries.
apologize. I was just just looking for apologists to debate, and I figured you were the guy to talk to find out who are the best ones to maybe look at.
I don't know if there are any good ones, to be fair. I think right now the most popular are William Lane Craig
Craig.
Stephen Turek is popular, but he's awful. He's terrible. Besides those two, I
Right.
don't know of any that are like really well liked. Um,
Well, no, I figured I'd maybe get into debating the whole thing because I like that there's a big movement at the moment against, this kind of belief. I think it's very harmful, and especially in my country. And yeah,
okay.
I thought it'd
Well,
be.
well,
I figured you were the guy to talk to.
you and I agree, so we can't debate each other. But
No,
there
certainly not. I think we agree on too much.
right, there are definitely people out there that you can debate. I highly suggest getting a TikTok account. There's lots of people to debate out there on TikTok.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I'm sorry for wasting your time, darling, but
No
it's been
worries.
very nice to talk to you.
All right, cheers.
All right, you too.
Okay. Grab famous. It's not famous Amos. This is famous like Amos. How you doing, famous?
It's the same person.
Oh.
I'm friendly, but I just wanted to let you know because of the glitches on TikTok, there's a lot of people who can't see the request button and they want to come up, but they can't seem to see it. So I just wanted to let you know there is opposition in TikTok.
Thank you for that.
The end.
For those who aren't aware, that TikTok glitch where it won't let you request, the only way around that is to completely swipe out of the app and close it down and then restart it, and it should come back. I've experienced it a number of times. I don't know why it's happening now, but that has fixed it every time for me.
That's it. I just love you and wanted you to know there are people waiting for you.
Hey, thank you, famous. I appreciate that. I wasn't aware that it was a widespread issue. I know it happened with me and with some others, but I didn't know it was that widespread. So hopefully here in the near future, we can get that fixed up.
Yeah, so there's a person who's specifically been messaging me. His name is Unseen Resonance. I said I would let you know. That's it. You can drop me.
Okay. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. All right. Well, now we know a little bit. I knew that the new algorithm was going to be like really kind of glitchy and silly. I was hoping we'd get enough people on YouTube to make up for the lack of cohesiveness on TikTok. We'll see. I've got Seth came back, and I've got a Muslim caller that came to talk to us. So we've got some people in the queue still yet, but nobody on TikTok, which is kind of what I might have expected. Now that the ownership of TikTok has changed hands, I suspected that we might be in this situation, but I think we'll be able to power through it. I'm going to read just 2 super chats, and we're going to get our Muslim caller in here, and then we're going to get Seth in here. Chodicus says, Justin, have you ever been confronted by the prophecy in Isaiah 53? I don't think we've heard that one yet. You know what? Fucking you got me. I made it all this time, and I haven't read Isaiah 53. In fact, every time it comes up, I run away from it. I just don't read it. So I actually don't know what it says. Maybe one day I'll get to read it. I don't know. Twitch of Scripture, it's great to see you tonight. Beautiful dog. Thank you for the $20 super. It says, thank you, Justin. Just a way to say thank you for all you do. Maybe get kitties some toys. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much. And actually, you know what the kitties love right now? It wasn't supposed to be their toy, but it kind of has become their toy. Is a box of straws, like drinking straws. They're obsessed with them. Eventually they get bored, but right now they're destroying my house. I got half-chewed drinking straws everywhere in the house. It's pretty wild. But you know what? The cats are happy, and they're not actually eating it. They're just kind of like out here trying to kill the drinking straws. So, and they're fucking adorable at it. But yeah, they're definitely in a phase where they're chewing on everything. Kind of like having a puppy, how puppies chew on everything, but cats. Pretty wild. All right, let's get next guest in here named Muslim. Muslim, is that actually what you want to be called? I feel like you might actually have a name. Muslim? Anything? No? Okay. Well, that stinks. You waited in the guest box. Let's bring up Seth. Welcome back, Seth.
Hey, how you doing, Justin?
No, I can't complain. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Thanks for asking. Hope you're staying safe, and just want to let you know that anyone that's in Minnesota, Minneapolis, my heart's out to you. Not everyone who's a believer is dogmatic to the point where they don't recognize evil as it manifests itself. So hearts and prayers to that situation. Hopefully it comes to a resolution soon, and these next 3 years can go by pretty quick. But yeah, I know, Justin, I don't know if you want to ask the 2 questions just for the sake of the chat, but I mean, you kind of know my age and what God I believe in. But just for the sake of the chat, if they haven't heard me before, I guess you can ask.
Yeah, we'll go through your shtick again. So we had a long conversation the other day. Seth, we know you're at least 18, and do you believe in God? And if so, which one?
Yeah, I believe in God. I believe in Hashem. I believe in the God of my ancestors, the Israelites.
Right. Now, last time we talked, we covered a little bit of this with 2 things. One, I think the initial argument was there are some true things that happen in the Bible. And then I pushed back and said there also seems to be some things that aren't true that the Bible claims. And then I think we kind of got wrapped up in that discussion. I don't think we moved beyond it. Am I forgetting anything?
No, I think that sort of summarized what we discussed. There were definitely things I learned. Also, by the way, I started reading one of the books you suggested, Samuel, what's it called? Samuel Driver's book on introduction to the literature of the Old Testament.
That's
really,
a good one,
really,
yeah.
really interesting. Yeah, really, really good. Really, really interesting information. So I've been starting to read what you suggested. But I think that basically summarizes what we discussed. I definitely think there was a lot we agreed upon, and then some stuff I learned. Some things we disagree upon. I really wanted to sort of take the conversation tonight on a different approach. And it's sort of, I think, me realizing head on something about my God, and more so admitting it, is that my God's kind of an asshole.
Yeah, and you know what? I've talked to a lot of people in the Jewish faith, and they seem to be okay admitting that. So, like, have you ran into Rabbi Hannah online yet?
That's the second time I've heard that name brought up in your community. So I know the name, but I'm not familiar with their work necessarily.
So she's big on TikTok, and she's super likable, great person. But I feel like there's a lot of people that are like Rabbi Hannah, where like they're okay arguing with their God, right? And this has been a position that I've seemed to encounter over and over again with people in the Jewish community. Now there are some Orthodox, believers that don't agree with that. Like you can't question God, but most of the ones that I've known have been like, yeah, we'll give God, we'll fight him in a Denny's parking lot if we need to, right?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because you definitely, everything you said is correct. I mean, I think every religion you have, the general populace, and then you have the more dogmatic, parts of it. But I guess this was sort of the argument or the conversation I wanted to have with you tonight, is that, let's presume for a second, which I know is gonna be weird, if a God is going to exist in this world, if some sort of deity is going to exist in this world, and this world that we have, we can all agree, is pretty fucked up, right? This is not a perfect world. There's a lot of nuance in this world. There's good, there's bad, it's ugly, there's kindness, etc. If that is the reality of the world, and the God of the Old Testament, certainly I feel like, is one that definitely has some positive traits and some very, shall we say, violent traits. Wouldn't that sort of make sense, that if there is a deity, the world would reflect the personality and the actions and behaviors of said deity? So isn't, because the world is kind of fucked up, wouldn't that sort of lend more credence to the idea that if a God exists, it'd be a kind of a asshole, sort of fucked up God? Pardon my French, by the way. But that was sort of the argument I was wrestling with and thinking about over the past week or so since we last spoke.
So this is actually a really good argument. So, for example, most people conceive of God as being like triomni, like, omnibenevolent, omnipotent, and omnipresent. But you don't have to that triomni God doesn't really appear in the Bible. So it's possible that the God is a little bit different than our conception. The reason why the earth looks the way it is because the God actually, either he's not all powerful or he's actually kind of a jerk sometimes. Those are two possible solutions. I think there's another possible solution. I think it's more probable, not that the God is a jerk, but that the God was designed by jerks. Like, we as human beings, the reason why God acts like a Bronze Age man is because it was kind of conceived of by Bronze Age men rather than the other way around.
I think that's a very good point, actually. Now that you mentioned, I think that's definitely a possible alternative. But I just would push back on one thing you said. The idea that God can't be omnipotent and simultaneously be a God that has very questionable character traits. I don't know how those are mutually how those can't be mutually separate.
I might have misspoke. What I'm saying is he can't be all three at once. So you can't
Oh, okay, it
be
could be all three. Yeah.
at once. Like, one of those three has to give, right? So it might be that he's not all good. It might be that he's not all powerful, and it might be that he's not all knowing. Like, one of those three giving way could fix the problem. That's why it's like a three-way dilemma. So like, you can fix the dilemma just by removing one of them. You can also just say, well, the reason why God appears to be impotent, or he appears to be a jerk, or he appears to not know things, is maybe because, like, we kind of designed him ourselves, and we designed him, like, rather than God making man in his image, we made God in man's image. And I think the best evidence for that comes from Deuteronomy 22. So, for example, in Deuteronomy 22, and I don't think we talked about this last time we were discussing, in verse 13 to 21, we've got the test of the bloody sheet. So if a man goes into his new wife and she doesn't bleed on the sheet, well, then that's the evidence for having her stoned or for having the man punished. But we know that only about half of women bleed the first time they do the deed, which means the sheet isn't a good means of testing someone's virginity. Also, there is no good test of virginity. There's actually no way to test, even in today's science, whether or not a woman truly is a virgin. There are definitely indicators that they're not a virgin. So, for example, if you give birth, we know you, or if you're pregnant, we know you're not a virgin typically, unless you had artificial insemination. But there's no test that can determine if somebody has not had sex, right? So the idea that we would have somebody's virginity on trial with the punishment of death is good indication to me that these laws were written by humans who didn't fully know how the human body worked yet. And they wrote a law, claimed it came from God, but it couldn't have come from God because God would know that women don't always bleed in the first time.
Yeah, I definitely think there's definitely merit to that argument, but I guess what I would also just a little push back on is, let's assume that theory is true and that the personalities of God was presupposed on him by those in the late Bronze Age, early Iron Age, depending what doesn't what time of historically you want to use. Um, Assuming that's so, why would, I guess my question would be, why would the people at that time, why would they want to create a deity if the point is to try and worship, and the point is to try and encourage others to follow this deity? Wouldn't it make more sense to follow the Christian approach of trying to sort of whitewash, for lack of a better term, the personality and the actions of the god? I guess what I'm wrestling with is, what is there to gain by those putting upon themselves their own personality traits that they know are flawed, or they know are mostly negative or majority negative? If I don't understand the logical purpose behind that.
So if you're a man in the Bronze Age, you probably see this law as a good thing, right? Because as a man in the Bronze Age, one of the things that you value the most, probably because you're insecure, this is a whole nother discussion, is your wife's virginity. Like, to you, that's a super valuable thing. So if a woman lies about her virginity, she should be killed, because like the value of a woman always is wrapped up in her purity, which I think reflects like the insecurity and the control that men in the Bronze Age needed. But what you'll notice, we have no tests and no laws about male virginity. There's nowhere in the Bible where, like, if a man lies about being a virgin or is caught, not being a virgin, that he gets punished for anything. It seems to only apply to women, because the book made sense if it's like people justifying, well, the reason why we treat women this way is, because God told us, right? Now, did women like this law? No, probably not. They probably hated it, but they didn't matter. They weren't writing the laws.
No, it's definitely true. Also, I mean, I don't recall any sort of, or at least I can't think of any major, correct me if I'm wrong, culture at that time where it wasn't a patriarchally dominated sort of society. So that makes sense.
Right. And
Uh,
from the same chapter, remember in Deuteronomy 22, the same chapter, when it talks about the woman who's raped, it talks about if she's raped in the open field, then it's kind of presumed that it's a rape and that it's not consensual, because if she called out, nobody was there to hear it, right?
are you getting that from Rashi?
No, that's just Deuteronomy 22. I'm just going straight based on what it says. I'm sure Rashi agrees with me on this.
Yeah,
And,
expands upon it. Yes. So, yeah. Okay.
but all I'm saying is that this chapter makes perfect sense if you're only writing from the point of view of a man who doesn't have a female perspective. So, for example, if a woman is raped in the city and no one hears her calling out, it's presumed that it's adultery, right? Because she didn't call out, right? But this doesn't take into account that so many women, either they're being choked, they can't call out, or they're too terrified to call. Like, the perspective we have in this law seems to only take into account a man's perspective, not a woman's, which leads me to believe that these laws were written by men. And just like in Hammurabi wrote this law code, and then he said he got it from the gods. I think men wrote this law code and then attributed it to their god, just like everybody else in the ancient Near East did.
So I definitely agree with everything you said. The words are the words. Now, I would argue that there are some times that, even though, what it says in the actual text, I do think some of it is meant to be more allegorical. Obviously, that's not one of those. But what I would point to regarding a lot of these, let's say, very uncomfortable and very, let's just say, from a modern standpoint, very morally wrong laws, could we turn to Deuteronomy 17, 8 through
Yeah.
12?
Yeah, let me grab it. I'll put it up on the screen for everyone. So Deuteronomy 17 is a fun verse. Want me to read it, or do you want to read it?
Whatever you probably are more of a charismatic reader than I am.
If a judicial decision is too difficult for you to make between one kind of bloodshed and another, one kind of legal right and another, one kind of assault and another, any such matters of dispute in your towns, then you shall immediately go up to the place that the Lord your God will choose. There you shall consult with the Levitical priests and the judges who is in the office in those days. They shall announce to you the decision in the case. Carry out exactly the decision that they announce to you from the place that the Lord will choose, diligently observing everything they instruct you. You must carry out the law. Oop, I just lost my place. You must carry out the law that they interpret for you, or the ruling that they announce for you. Do not turn aside from the decision that they announce to you, either to the right or to the left. And if you keep reading, there we go. Verse 12 has it. For anyone who presumes to disobey the priest anointed to minister where the Lord your God or judge, that person shall die. So you shall purge the evil from Israel.
So the point, or I guess the argument I'd argue from here is, would you not at least see perhaps some angle where it's built into this verse into the Hebrew Bible that God is saying, if it comes to a point where you're unsure what to do, or the law no longer feels like it makes sense, go to your judge, go to your priest. And I guess, today that would be equivalent, obviously, since there's no temple, there are no priests. And the judges, I mean, there are no judges now. The rabbinic leadership, would it be the rabbis or the sages? Wouldn't you make what couldn't it possibly be argued that that is sort of a statement where you can go to them and they sort of give the ruling, and that in turn becomes valid? So if it becomes a point where a law no longer makes sense because we as a society evolved, or it's just no longer, like, for example, polygamy in the Old Testament it's not dismissed. It's completely allowed. It wasn't until I don't know the name of the rabbi, but somewhere in the Middle Ages where it was determined that we're going to ban polygamy in the religion because it's no longer acceptable in society. Couldn't that verse or those verses be sort of an argument that, hey, it's built in, your sages are who you go to if you're confused or if there's difficulties, and whatever they say is authoritative?
I think you could make that argument if you didn't have so many passages that contradict it. So, for example, in Deuteronomy, when we go to like chapter 29 through 31, we get these repeated clauses about, like, write this down when there's a king, right? Make sure they have a copy of this law code and they don't turn aside from it. And we've got like Deuteronomy 29:29, where God says the secret things belong to our Lord, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever, to obey all the words of this law. And then in the next chapter, chapter 30, it seems to be that in the age, we're going to call this the Messianic age for lack of better words, but in the Messianic age, God still expects them to be applying the law in Deuteronomy. So it says, the Lord your God will bring you into the land that your ancestors possessed, and you will possess it, and he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your ancestors. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. And the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Now, we would say that this is like the eschatological promise, when finally, like, Jeremiah 31 comes true, when the hearts of the people are changed, and finally God will be able to dwell among them in like the New Jerusalem. But
Yeah,
when that
when the new if and when the Messiah has not yet come arrives. Yeah.
Now, it says when that happens, it says, then you shall obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today, which would lead me to believe that at least at a minimum, all the commandments in Deuteronomy should be applicable, which means if you're going to the judges are there to handle the case law that doesn't appear in the law that God gave. Like, if there's a situation where there's a case that isn't really addressed in God's law code, then we need the judges to kind of settle that dispute. And I think there's a case of this in Numbers 15. So in Numbers 15, we get a case where somebody's apprehended, and it's not clear.
We're going to Bamidbar. I've always wondered why it's called Numbers when the Hebrew is Bamidbar, which is desert. I've always wondered why it's called Numbers. It should be desert. The book is desert.
The problem is, like, the name of our books are typically come from the Greek. The Greek Septuagint. So specifically, like, the Sinaiticus has the names of the books, and the Greeks decided to give them different names than the Hebrews. And the Christians, were dependent on the Greek text. A lot of them couldn't read Hebrew. Even the Latin Church, their Old Testament was a translation of the Greek Old Testament. It wasn't a translation of the Hebrew. Yeah. Anyways,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm with you. We should call it what the original names were. I'm with you on that. So it should be Bereshit. For Numbers, we should have Bamidbar. But anyways,
yeah. What verse did you want to go over?
We're in agreement there. Let's go to chapter 15, verse 32.
Violating the Sabbath.
So it says, when the Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and the whole congregation, and they put him to custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. And I think the reason why it wasn't clear what should be done to him is because they're like, well, we don't really know if gathering sticks is a violation of the Sabbath, right? Then the Lord said to Moses, the man shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him outside the camp, and the whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him, just as the Lord commanded. So I'm understanding this is like, listen, when you don't know, like when the law code I give you isn't specific enough to address a situation, then bring it before the judges and let the judges handle the case law. In this specific case, I'm actually of the opinion that they cast lots, because a lot of times when they have the Lord make a decision, the Lord makes a decision by casting lots.
So you think that in this, at least in your theory, is that when there's some sort of struggle because the case is a little nuanced, it's just sort of randomly, arbitrarily decided we're gonna either, let's say, execute them or just,
No,
forgive the sin?
not
I'm just trying to understand.
arbitrarily. What I'm saying is, in the Bible, we see two different occasions when the law doesn't specifically address the situation. They can bring it to the judges, and the judges can decide. But if a judge can't decide, a judge does have the right to go to the priest, which at the time of Numbers 15 would have been Moses and Aaron. They do have the right to go to the priest who has the Urim and Thummim, and they do have the right to inquire of God. That's why we see in the Hebrew Bible, it'll say so-and-so went to the high priest to inquire of the Lord, and typically the high priest in his vest would have, or near the shoulder.
They'd ask a
Right.
question, and then supposedly the stones would light. It had up the Hebrew
Yeah.
names of the Shavets, the 12 tribes, and then it'd light up and answer a question.
No, I don't think that was common practice. I don't think that's typically what they did.
I
Typically,
think that's more midrashic. I think that's midrashic, right?
Well, it does show up in the Bible, in the Hebrew Bible. What I'm saying is, I don't think that was common. I think more common was they went to a judge, and the judge made a decision based on the law code that God gave, and said, well, based on the law code we have, it seems like this would be the right thing to do, right? I think it's a rare occasion where they end up going to a priest, and a priest has to decide by inquiring of Yahweh. It just happens to be the verse we just read was just one of those cases. But my point is this. I think their first line of defense is, we're going to apply the law that God gave us, and we're going to apply it forever. If the law isn't specific enough, then we could, make an interpretation from the law as to what we think is the right thing to do. And if we can't agree, if we can't come to a determination, then, and at that point, we can inquire of the Lord, and God will tell us. But to the point, I say all that to say this. I think that the Hebrew Bible teaches that this law code is good and perfect and eternal.
I definitely think that there's no denying that it's emphasized many times. I don't remember the exact verse, but basically in Deuteronomy it said that these are the laws, and anyone who tries to come around and change it, they are lying to
Deuteronomy
you. They're
4:1.
false prophet. I think that's I'm pretty sure it's probably one of the more common arguments you'd probably use against the Jesus is the Messiah, arguments. But I guess what I would say is that, first of all, the verse we went over with the person violating the Sabbath, I think that's just an example of God just being very, very, very strict, very stringent, and being a very ruthless God. But again, I already conceded the fact that if a God were to exist, I think it would make most sense. I understand the theory you spoke about people in the Bronze Age, applying their own personality to said God, their own views, laws, values. But I guess the opposing end of that would be that if God were to exist, I think it would make most logical sense that the God would represent the actions and the reality of the earth. So the God that we have or that exists is just that wrathful and just that, I guess we can say Forgive me. I guess we can say he's that juvenile in some ways, where if you break even the smallest thing, he's going to be very wrathful. But I sort of just come back to the Deuteronomy 17, and that I understand what you're saying, but I think it can also very easily, at least from my perspective, and I guess admittedly I'm obviously very biased and subjective here, but I really do think it's established as a means of setting up systems of trying to figure out difficult situations. Even in I don't remember the verse, but in Exodus in Parshas Yisro, Yisro even mentions to Moses, "Hey, we should set up like a system of judges because obviously one
Mm-hmm.
person can't handle all these things. It's a very complicated matter."
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't that also be viewed as sort of maybe another point in the Hebrew Bible where it's being reaffirmed that, you can go to these people if there's some sort of law or issue that just is very complicated, or it no longer just makes any sense? I don't remember exact. I have not. Admittedly, I have not read Exodus in a long time. But I'm curious if Yisro, if mentions anything at all about setting up um, different levels of judges. I think that's where you get the Sanhedrin from eventually. I think that's where it evolves from.
Yeah, it
Um,
evolves from the 70 elders.
yeah.
That we see the 70 elders in Exodus. And I agree with you. I think Jethro probably was the originator of the elders. But I don't think that the judgment of the elders was meant to supersede what is in the text itself. I think it was always meant to be supplementary. So, for example, if you go back to Deuteronomy 17, the chapter we we're just in,
hmm
it talks about like what to do in the future. It says, "You may indeed set over you a king, whom the Lord your God will choose. One of your own community you may set as king over you. You're not permitted to put a foreign ruler over you, who is not of your own community. Even so, he must not acquire many horses for himself or return the people to Egypt in order to acquire more horses, since the Lord has said to you, you must never return that way again. And he must not acquire many wives for himself, or else his heart will turn away. Also, silver and gold he must not acquire in great quantity for himself. When he has taken the throne of his kingdom, he shall write for himself a copy of this law on a scroll in the presence of the Levitical priests. It shall remain with him, and he shall read in it all the days of his life, so that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, diligently observing all the words of this law and these statutes." So I'm reading this and saying that this is the law that God gave is primary. Everything after that is supplementary, which is why it says neither exalting himself above other members of the community nor turning aside from the commandment, right? So I do agree that God wants you to set up judges in the Hebrew Bible, but I don't think that they're meant to supplant the original law code. They're only supposed to add interpretation where the original law code isn't clear.
But I think I definitely agree with what you said. But I think just to push back on that point, I think your argument stems, or correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Your argument is stemming on, if we're taking the words that were written or the words that we just went over, that they directly came from the God of the Hebrew Bible,
Oh, yeah.
when we both obviously know that. I argue that, the Bible, the Hebrew Testament, is not divinely written. I think it's divinely inspired. So these are
Mm,
still men writing these words. These are still
okay.
men writing and articulating these laws. So if men are writing them, surely the idea that men can still ultimately oversee difficult situations is still built into it. If we took the dogmatic approach that this was divinely written, I 100% agree with you. Your argument makes complete sense. But the fact that we know in reality these are words written by men, even if they're divinely inspired, I think that adds more credence to the possibility that the words written were intended that men themselves have the ability to decipher and alter, uh, not alter, decipher situations and alter or modify the understanding of the laws based on the situation.
So I guess what I'm wondering then, if like the part that we just read is like man's interpretation and it maybe shouldn't be authoritative, then the part that we read previously that we think like in 17 we should set up judges and whatnot. Well,
Mhm.
that's also made by men, right? So
Yeah.
it kind of creates this really weird situation where the minute we've got these sections where we say this isn't really what God said, this is what men said God said, now we've got this really weird problem where we're like, well, how do we know if God said anything at all?
Well, that's a good point. That is
Right?
a good
Because
point.
it could be that
Yeah.
it's all just men making up the words of God. And we've got a pretty good precedent for it. We have a lot of texts from the ancient Near East that read just like the Hebrew Bible, giving lists of laws, giving instructions and whatnot. And like, we don't believe that Marduk did any of that. We don't believe that Shamash gave laws. So I would say I'm going to treat the Bible the same way. I'd say the mythology of the Hebrew Bible is just that. It's just mythology.
I think that's definitely a very fair point. I guess again, from a subjective standpoint, the argument that I always come back to is just the many verses in the Hebrew Bible where it's consistently reaffirmed that you know the Israelites, the nation of Israel, they'll be scattered amongst the world and they'll be punished and they'll be harmed, but they will never forever be destroyed. And you know the history and the survival of the Jewish people is in many ways a very illogical thing, how such a small group of people have still managed to maintain their culture through centuries upon centuries of persecution, destruction, complete movement throughout the globe. It's not very common to see a group of people who get taken over, during multiple wars in antiquity, and they're still able to somehow maintain some degree of their culture and that to survive and thrive. So for me, just seeing multiple verses where, like, for example, Hosea 11:8, what else did I write down here? I wrote Jeremiah 30, Ezekiel 11, Amos
Mm-hmm.
9. You see this theme consistently reoccurring. So for me, and
Mm-hmm.
again, I know it's a subjective argument, but just being part of that culture and just being part of that religion and that ethnicity, I see those verses, and for me, um, it's hard for me to wrestle with the fact that that's not a living, breathing prophecy that's occurring right now, because the fact that I'm still here and my people are still here, um, for me, still breathes life to those verses, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so this is one of those things like if you throw spaghetti at the wall, you're gonna have a couple pieces that stick, right? So I think there's a couple things. I do believe that some of those promises failed. So for
Okay.
example, the same promises that were made to Judah, that there would be a righteous remnant, while it might look that those came true, they didn't really come true the way the text said it would come true. It says that after the Babylonian exile, there'd be a righteous remnant that was preserved. In fact, Zephaniah chapter 3 says that this righteous remnant will do no wrong. And Isaiah 54 says, God says, I'll never be mad at them again. It seems like after this righteous remnant is preserved, God's finally going to bring about this era of peace, which didn't come. But also, a similar promise was made to the northern tribes. You know, this in Isaiah 29, we see the war that is waged, and the Assyrians weren't victorious against Jerusalem. Remember Hezekiah, when he was there, the angel of the Lord killed like 183,000 of
Yeah,
them, and
that's
they kind of left. And well, we
that's yeah.
see kind of an
That's why.
echo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry. That's. Oh, God.
mhm. We
No.
see an echo of this battle with the Assyrians in Isaiah 29. But it talks about the people that are going to be like deported, I guess you would say, that like they're going to be restored. That would be the northern tribes, but they weren't restored. They're lost to history. And it even says, let me grab verse 20, right after the siege. it says, "The tyrant will be no more, and the scoffer shall cease to be. All those who alert to do evil will be cut off." So on and so forth. So it talks about this period of peace after the siege of the Assyrians, but we just know that didn't come true. Those northern 10 tribes are lost to history. They're never coming back. So all the restoration prophecies for those who were deported by the Assyrians, I think, are going to be failures. Amos prophesied the restoration. Hosea prophesied the restoration, and First Isaiah prophesied restoration for those who were taken captive by the Assyrians, and I don't think it came true.
Restoration in the immediate future, or restoration in terms of the time of the Messiah?
Well, I don't think it'll ever come true, but my
Well,
reading of the text
yeah.
is typically, and this is where I think the atheist and the believer differ greatly, is I'm reading these prophecies, and typically it sounds like the fulfillment is always immediate. So in Jeremiah, he'll say, like, when 70 years have been completed, I will do X, Y, and Z. There we go. We got a time frame after 70 years, not after 700 years. Ezekiel chapter 12, he says it's not for distant days in the future. It's for this generation right now. So I see most of these prophecies as being for the time period in which they were given, roughly, and not for distant times.
Okay, but then what I'd also say is that we know that I don't know what the historical number is or from scholars, but we do know that I think some amount of those in the northern tribe did end up coming down to the kingdom of Judah. And in many
Mm-hmm.
ways, that's when Judah's sort of own history was written to make themselves seem as like the larger nation between the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah, because the kingdom of, correct me if I'm wrong, the kingdom of Judah was considered the junior partner in the relationship. But once the northern kingdom was destroyed and some of the northern people of the northern kingdom joined Judah, Judah started, sort of writing up like how they were this giant and great kingdom, when in reality they were more so the junior one. But really, what I'm
Yeah.
building upon is, so you have those remnants survive into the kingdom of Judah. Eventually, they're destroyed by the Babylonians. And what I guess I would try to say or try to connect is those verses that you mentioned. The Hebrew Bible even mentions his Cyrus the Great as being called the Mashiach. He is
Mm-hmm.
considered a Messiah. There's no point where it's only said there's only one Messiah. I believe in the Hebrew. I don't think that concept ever exists in the Hebrew Testament. There's only one Messiah. So couldn't those verses be sort of alluding to the eventuality of Cyrus the Great redeeming the Jews from Babylon and then bringing them back to Judea?
I think for the Judeans, not for the northern Israelites.
Okay, I mean it's not, but it's also not as if the Northern Kingdom is considered to be in the graces of the authors of the Hebrew Bible. I mean there are many verses where
No, they don't
um,
care so much
it,
about the north.
no, it's a rampant corruption, ignoring warnings.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I don't think it's as if those verses were saying the Northern Kingdom is this bastion of good, and then all of a sudden they got destroyed by the Assyrians. I think the Old Hebrew Testament, at least I would argue, the Hebrew Bible, excuse me, Hebrew Testament, the Hebrew Bible, I would state that they were warned many times, and that fulfillment sort of didn't come to pass because they didn't listen to what they were told, and they were admonished greatly. So I mean, it's not as if it's not that the kingdom of Judah was completely righteous and didn't have its fair share of terrible kings. Certainly did, but from what the Hebrew Testament, Hebrew Bible says, certainly, I think the prophecies relating to the survival and the redemption of the Israelites, I think it's meant to stem through Judea rather than the northern kingdom. I think that's the attention. Oh, we got a big book coming out.
Yeah, I mean that's the view of the Judahites, right? I want to read for you a couple prophecies that don't come
Sure.
from the Hebrew Bible that definitely come true.
Okay. Sure.
So, here's one. I think I've got it outlined on the page here. This should be the one. This is an oracle concerning King Esarhaddon. And it is dated to his reign, which means our archaeologists have said, yeah, this prophecy happened while he was alive. And it says it's from the goddess Ishtar. It says, I am the goddess Ishtar of Arbela, who will destroy your enemies from before your feet. What are the words of mine which I spoke to you that you did not rely upon? I am Ishtar of Arbela. I shall lie in wait for your enemies, and I shall give them to you, so on and so forth. And then she goes on to tell you, King of Assyria, do not fear. The enemy of the king of Assyria I will deliver to slaughter from the lips of the woman Sin Kashikamor of Arabella, so on and so forth. The prophecy goes on to talk about different wars that he's going to be. Are you done over there, honey? Faraday, get off my desk. Thank you. Talks about various wars, and it says Esarhaddon in the city of Ashur. Protracted days, everlasting years shall I grant you. So we've got this long prophecy from Ishtar in the Assyrian Chronicles about how he's going to win all these wars, and even the city of Ashur. And he seems to have done so. He records it like on his palace inscriptions and whatnot. So like, I'm reading like the prophecy that we have in the Bible, like these geographical, geopolitical prophecies. To me, they're all kind of the same. I think if you make a whole bunch of geopolitical prophecies, one or multiple of them is going to come true eventually.
Yeah. That's definitely very valid. I guess what I would say is just because some other prophecies are valid in other cultures, why would that necessarily mean that some of the prophecies in the Old Testament are any less valid? I know we discussed last time, and I've conceded that, in the Hebrew Bible, the existence of other deities, of other gods exists. They're not considered to be the equivalent or, reach, the God of the Israelites, Hashem's, one nature, that he's the one true all-powerful one. But if we assume for a second that there are other deities that are worshipped and that exist according to the Old Testament, couldn't it also be logically argued that other prophecies from other cultures outside of those from the Israelites could possibly exist as well? Because if those deities exist, I mean, there's technically some possibility that um, you know, there could be some sort of prophecy that comes true in those cultures.
Well, these cultures' gods would say that your god doesn't exist, or your god is kind of a weak goof. For example, when King Cyrus defeats Babylon and frees the Jews, the Bible says that he's going to do it because Yahweh's having him do it. But when you read the Cyrus cylinder, he says Marduk had him do it. He succeeded because of Marduk, right? So these same people that have their prophecies, they're going to say, well, these gods are real. Marduk is the high god, or perhaps Anu is the high god, or Ishtar is supreme, right? They're going to say that your god is like some sort of smaller or lesser deity, right? At that point, now we just have to ask ourselves, like, both of these claims can't be true. Like, either Yahweh is a minor deity and these other gods are real, or Yahweh is a major deity and these other gods are minor deities, or the third option is that none of them are deities.
Sure, but I think that's the same argument that we have today. I think a Muslim is going to say to the Christian or the Jew that your book has been corrupted. The Christian's going to say to the Jew, your Messiah already came. The Jew is going to say to the Christian, the Jesus was a false Messiah. So I understand your argument; it's completely valid. But isn't that sort of the same thing we have today, where other religions are just going to disagree? I'm right, you're wrong. No, you're right, I'm wrong. You're right. We'll have to go through a whole cabal of theological diarrhea, for a lack of a better terminology. But I mean, I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think the argument you just made is any different than, the disagreements we have today between different religions.
No, I'm not saying it's different. My point is this: your claim is that these prophecies can come true because there are these lesser deities that are out there, right? But
Right.
they would say that your prophecy comes true because your God is a lesser deity, right? Now, both of these claims can't be true, right? But
Right.
they can both be false.
They could be. They both could be false 100%. But even if some other culture argues that my God is a lesser deity or vice versa, the people of those respective cultures, they're still going to obviously follow through with what they believe their deity to be more powerful. And that doesn't necessarily eliminate um, the fact that the prophecies that they argued for to have come to pass or to be actively ongoing, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's automatically eliminated or it's automatically disproven just because there's other cultures who would state that no, your deity is lesser than mine. So I understand what you're saying; it's completely valid. I don't view it as being a point of contention that it completely eliminates the possibility that those prophecies can still, or at least one of them could still be valid. You're absolutely right. Both could be invalid, definitely possible. But I don't think it fully eliminates the possibility that one could be valid as well. And I know the premise of the debate prove your God is imaginary. And I know I'm not going to change your mind, but at the same time, I guess what I've been advocating for is just that the possibility still exists from what I'm arguing for. It may be a minute one, but from a logical standpoint, I'm just still trying to at least argue or test that based on what am I advocating for. I suppose still is a possibility.
What
Um,
what I'm saying is, if the identical same argument can be used for another God that precludes your God, that doesn't make it a strong argument. You see what I'm saying?
Repeat that one more time, just so I can process that correctly.
So if the argument you're giving can be
Yeah.
used for another religion, a religion that
Mm-hmm.
would preclude your God as being supreme,
Mm-hmm.
then it's not a strong argument. Like, the argument shouldn't
Yeah.
be able to be applied against you if it's strong.
I guess my rebuttal to that would be: is there a comparative? I want to say this the right way because I don't want to sound incredibly egotistical because that's not what I'm trying. That way I'm trying to come across. Is there a comparative culture where there is writings of prophetic nature that may or may not be true, but certainly can't be fully eliminated? Who it was documented in scripture the tribulations they would go through, but the fact they would still survive and endure, and they still are around and still maintaining a culture today. Is there an ethnic group of similar nature to what we have documented in terms of scripture and
Yeah,
prophecies?
the
And there's
Egyptians.
still some who?
The Egyptians. There's lots of Egyptian prophecies about the kingdom lasting forever.
Is it still a kingdom?
Not only a kingdom, they're a nation, and they've been a continuous nation ever since.
Interesting.
They
Do you,
never
do you,
got
you don't have to
dispersed.
do you know what the prophecy? You don't have to find the verbatim. Do you know, like, you could paraphrase what the prophecy would say? It would said like there remain a kingdom or something of that sort.
Oh yeah, yeah. You could probably turn to like the prophecy of Nefertiti. There's a lot of stuff in there. But in this book, actually, there's a bunch of Egyptian prophecies, not just Babylonian prophecies. In my book, I documented a number of them. I haven't published mine yet. I've documented a number of them as well. They're very common, like this idea that the God of your nation has given your nation special status, and it
Mhm.
it will remain forever because your God is forever. These types of oracles are pretty common in the ancient world. It just happens that sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. When
Mm.
they're right, we save them because we're like, oh, well, they must be hearing from God, or it could just be that they were lucky. Also, I think the other thing too is, let's imagine that like this is a true prediction. There was a prediction that Israel would never be wiped off the face of the earth, and Israel never was wiped off the face of the earth. I still don't understand how that makes the God real when we also have all these failed prophecies, right? So I would imagine if the God was real and it wasn't human beings throwing spaghetti at the wall, then all of the prophecies would have came true.
Well, I guess what I'm going to say is we know that the prophecies were written by men, even if they were divinely inspired, they were written by men. So we know that a lot of it is going to be incorrect or not come to pass because obviously men are not God. But if let's say they are throwing a bunch of crap against the wall, I don't necessarily disagree with that because we do know that some prophecies have not come to pass or that some things stated in the in the Hebrew Bible aren't true. But does that necessarily eliminate that those that do become true there isn't still some sort of innate message in there? Like, for example, we know that some books in the Hebrew Testament are completely, like the book of Daniel, completely, made up, fabricated, written in the second BCE, even though it takes place during the Babylonian exile. We know there are definitely books in the Old Testament that are definitely more clearly vivid in their nature of being written inaccurately or in a timeline that it's clearly not written to be. Um, I definitely agree with that. I surrender that. There are plenty of books like that. I told you last time that I view the Hebrew Bible as a library, not as a narrative. I view it as a selection of books selected by men for either narrative purposes, historical purposes, theological purposes, etc. So even those prophecies, which I agree with you that a good amount of them are just throwing crap at the wall, but the ones that are true, or the ones that I guess we can't say are outrightly, not true, um, I don't necessarily know how that it dismisses the validity of them still being a valid prophecy or a valid prediction of sorts. And that in turn at least gives some credence to the possibility or openness that um, that prophecy was divinely inspired or divinely predicted of some sorts.
So the line that you can't connect is the line between somebody said something that actually came true and that something came from God. There are lots of people who said things, predictions for the future that came true. The Sibyl said all kinds of stuff that came true. Nostradamus famously said things that came true. The coffin texts and other prophecies that we find scattered throughout Egypt, a lot of them came true. The fact that somebody could make a prediction for the future that happened to come true, I don't think validates that they are coming from God. All it can validate is that somebody made a bunch of guesses and eventually one of them came true. There's no link between the guess and God.
I think that's a fair point. I think a lot of it just also stems to the fact, and I think it's something I've been accepting for a while now, that a lot of it is just purely based on belief.
Yeah,
And that
for sure.
it's there's no logical argument without question that you can make that you know God or some sort of divine figure necessarily exists. It has to be rooted in faith in some degree. And I guess for me at least, it's even brought in the in the Hebrew Bible that God will test your faith many times. I believe when it's in Deuteronomy when it's mentioned if a false Messiah comes up to present itself to you, and it
Yeah,
says
Deuteronomy 13.
yeah, it says this is God testing you. So I guess for me, that to me is ever present. So I think you're right. I think I think I'm definitely coming to the point where I'm accepting that while what I do say and think is still rooted in history to some degree and definitely rooted into my culture, and I still think some of these predictions have been accurate or at least they're still ongoing. I definitely agree with you and concur that there is definitely an element of faith involved, and I don't think that necessarily makes God imaginary, but I do think it makes the concept of God to the point to be borderline impossible without having some degree of blind faith or trust. Now, I
Mhm.
don't think that makes me I know that definitely doesn't make me an atheist, but it I definitely think it makes me more open and understanding to the fact that um, you have to you can't argue that there's no degree of of just pure belief and pure just I'm going on a whim here, and still maintain your belief over some sort of deity. So I definitely would agree with you on that, and I'm happy to come to that conclusion over the past few months
I
because
think that's fine too. Like I had a Catholic teacher when I was in school, and I asked her like, "How do we know if this stuff is true?" And she's like, "You don't really know it's true. You either take it on faith or you don't." I think that's a fair position to be in, right? So I think it's much healthier for believers when they get to the point to realize that what I believe is based on faith. You either have faith that it happened or you don't, and that's fine. I think one of the reasons why we do these debates is partially because there's so many people out there that believe not only is my God real, but you're a fucking idiot if you don't believe in my God. And I think that's why these debates get so lively, is because people are under the impression that we're the idiots if we don't believe in your God. And I think when we get to a point where believers are willing to admit that, like, hey, I'm taking some of this on faith, I think that's perfectly fine. Like, I have no problem with a believer admitting that they're taking it on faith, as long as they don't think that, like, we're the dummies for not taking it on faith,
No, for sure, and that's why one thing I love about my culture and religion is we don't go out and try to convert people.
Right.
We actually actively disencourage that. So I definitely agree with that. And I also agree with you that a big problem is you have people of religions imposing their beliefs into everyday lives, politics, etc., to those that don't believe that, and that's when you're just interfering and interceding on the basic rights of other people. So I definitely agree with that. One thing before I go, because I know you probably have other callers, and I'm reading the chat now. They're getting kind of bored with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not going to crash out. I try to be respectful. You were talking about earlier. You were unsure about the tribal inheritance of what was the situation you were confused about? Maybe I could help you with that. Just
So
something with
I'm not sure of a case where tribal inheritance gets passed through adoption.
so in it. So from my understanding, is that your ability to be be a Jew, be part of the Israelites, it comes through the mother, and your tribal affiliation comes through the father. But
Right.
if you're adopted by your father, you don't inherit their tribal affiliation.
That was my thought.
You're still considered part of the Jewish people. You just don't have a tribe necessarily.
Right.
And it's also, I guess, more so in the modern day, is when someone is brought up to the Torah to read, you're called by your Hebrew name, and your father precedes that. So it would be so my Hebrew name is Zavulun Yirmiyahu, and my father is Yisrael Meir. So Zavulun Yirmiyahu ben Yisrael Meir, Zavulun Yirmiyahu, the son of Yisrael Meir. So if someone is a convert and they have no official biological father from the Jewish, your father becomes Abraham. So it would be let's say, just pick a random Jewish name, um, David. So
Mhm.
David ben Abraham. So I would think that would be a further argument that adoption doesn't equal some sort of tribal. You achieve or obtain the tribal affiliation, because if you're adopted and you're just randomly given Abraham as that name, it
Mhm.
sort of shows that you're part of the culture, but there's nothing to adopt necessarily from a
Right.
tribal standpoint. So that is the way I understand it, at least from my upbringing, my education, from a
Yeah.
purely Jewish standpoint.
And that was my understanding, and it could be that I just don't know of a situation where somebody was adopted and was able to inherit the tribal name, but I haven't seen it. So when they say that Jesus is from the tribe of Judah because Joseph came from Judah, who was his adopted daddy, I'm like, I don't fucking
But
think
the
so.
tribes are really eliminated by then, because the tribal affiliations are, everyone was either considered the tribe of Judah or Benjamin, because those are the
Right.
only two tribes that survived.
Right.
Post the northern tribes being destroyed. So when people say he's from the line of David, I mean, here I am now arguing again. I'm on your side this time. First of all, the lines of succession to King David are they're not the same in Luke and in, I think, Matthew's the other one that goes to the genealogy. And secondly, everyone's from Judah and Benjamin at that time, because
Yeah,
those are the only two tribes that survived. So
that's all there is.
technically every Jew that's around today is technically it's it's not for sure, but most of them are considered to come from either Judah or Benjamin. So that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
So yeah, I would that is my understanding of it.
yeah, for sure.
But I really appreciate having another great conversation. Definitely have a lot to keep reading and to think about, and I'm sure we'll speak again maybe sometime in the future.
For sure
And
we will. Good to hear from you, friend.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. All right, all the best. Stay safe.
All
Give the
right, cheers,
cats a good
buddy.
pet.
Absolutely. W. Seth. I think we had a good conversation both times. All right, friends, it's past 10 o'clock. I can't stay up late tonight. I've got to wake up early tomorrow. I got those who were here at the beginning of the stream. I got a long, protracted fucking fight in the morning with an insurance company, and then I got to get on a flight. After that, I'm flying over to Seattle, so I'm not going to stay up late tonight. But I am going to read through the rest of our super chats, and then call it a night. So sorry I can't stay up late tonight. What is today? Monday? Tuesday? Wednesday? Wait, what the fuck is today? Today's Monday, right? Anyways, yeah, today's Monday. But I'm sure we'll have some nights this week, maybe on Wednesday or Friday, where we do some late night cooking for sure. So don't worry, we'll get it in this week, just not today. And in the insurance, I know fucking insurance it's gonna be a nightmare. I can already feel it. There, because of the road damage, there's a big chunk of asphalt that was in the road, and I didn't see it, and my car it's not low to the ground, but it was just low enough to the ground that when I went over the asphalt from the plow trucks plowing the roads, that it damaged my front driver's side tire, which wasn't a big deal. I don't even care about that, but also damaged the fucking battery in my car, because as an electrical engineer, you guys know I'm going to drive an electrical vehicle, and the battery is going to cost me a fucking fortune to replace. So it is what it is. The city does have a form. Like, if your car breaks because their roads are shit, you can turn in a form, but they require you to first go through the insurance company before you submit anything to the city. And I have a suspicion the insurance company is going to say, no, fuck you. Then I'm going to submit my claim to the city, and the city is going to say, no, fuck you. And then I'm going to end up having to eat it, even though it wasn't my fucking fault. What are you going to do? Anyways, thank you so much for being here, friends. Dr. Fudge is listening in the shower, so I'm soapily wet for Sharon. That's a new one, soapily wet from Sharon. Good one, and slippery even. Space Lord says, late motif is the musical theme you meant. I don't know what that word means. Leit. What is that? Several distinct meanings depending on the language and context, most commonly referring to people or folks in the German dialect. I think you mean motif is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, no, there's a specific word for a song in a musical or a play that is introduced at the beginning and then it gets reused throughout the musical. It's not called a motif. There's a very specific, like, musical specific word for it. I just don't remember. Is it overture? Hold on, let me see if that's the word I'm looking for. It is. It's an overture. An overture is an orchestral piece at the beginning of an opera, suite, or play or oratorio, or other extended composition. An introduction to something more substantial. So it's an overture. So when you have a musical number that is introduced early on, but then bits of it get repeated later on throughout the thing, it's called an overture. That's the word I was looking for. And Grocery Cart says, I would be really interested in a commentary about your thoughts while reading Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, even your possible disagreements. Surprisingly, I've never actually read Meditations. Like, I've always meant to. I know it's good. My mother has read Meditations, and she thought that it was good and that I would like it. That being said, I haven't got around to it. Now, some people in the comments are saying leitmotif is also the word. And they're saying, I'm looking up the definition. It says a recurrent theme throughout a musical or literary composition associated with a particular person, idea, or situation. So that seems like it would work as well. Not it's one word though. Hold on. It's not two words. I think that's where I was confused. It's not two words. It's actually just one word. Leitmotif. But when I took so I took a class when I was in college on what did we call it? It might have been music history. I forget. But we had a different word. We didn't use leitmotif. There was another word for it. I thought the word I was looking for was overture. And I think that's the word we were using was overture. But leitmotif, depending on what language you're in, I'm sure is roughly synonymous with what I was conceiving. Jaw says, what happened to Jesus for the last 2 decades? Last 2 decades of what? I don't know if I understand what you're referring to, my friend. I mean, last 2 decades of his life? I mean, he only lived to be 30-something. Like, in Matthew, he's maybe 33. In Luke, he's like maybe 42? Depends on how you do the accounting, you know? Kane says, oh, Cam's razor, not for 1995. It's not a 5-blade. It's not a 6-blade. It's a 7-blade razor, needlessly multiplying blades. And a spaghetti says, forgot to wipe my ass. God must be real. I mean, if you're spaghetti, then clearly your God is this flying spaghetti monster. And Brian says, why do they demand we grant non-evidential spirits but won't accept high-evidence scientific theory? Evolution, gravity, seems that's backward. That's a fair point. The idea that they won't accept evolution and abiogenesis, despite the evidence for it. But then they will get shocked when we don't believe in spirits and nonsense like that. It's pretty wild. Doosty says, this isn't a script, immediately followed by science can't explain. It was a fucking script. And also remember, every argument that starts with science can't explain, that argument is just a God of the gaps. That's it. That's saying, I don't know, therefore God. That's all it ever is. But even if you don't know, that don't mean God did it. You still need an argument for God doing it. Unashamed says, roses are red, violets are blue. God isn't real. Fuck ice. Listen, sometimes you don't have to rhyme for it to be good, and that's fucking good. Yesterday in the Western World says, I collabed a little bit in my mouth during that last call, and I don't fucking blame you. That guy was a troll. To be fair, though, he was a little bit of a convincing troll. A little bit. 15 blows. Someone just demonstrated the immaterial to me by radio waves. You can't see them, but they could be heard. This is the level we are dealing with. Oh, fuck. That's the funny thing about radio waves, is they are in the, what we would call the material world. Like, electromagnetic waves exist in the material world. Like, that's fucking crazy. What? Now, sound waves, I would imagine you'd have a better argument, but even sound waves exist in the material world because sound only happens because our physical stuff produces pulses in the atmosphere. Like if there's no atmosphere, you have no sound. That's why there's, as they say, no sound in space. There's no medium. Ben says, I just watched Children of the Corn. Oh, fuck. That's a classic. Classic. Children of the Corn and the movie has an Old Testament overtone. There are names like Malachi, Isaac, Jacob. Creepy old movie. Have you seen it? I have. It's a fucking classic. Now, guys, I didn't watch that many movies growing up, except for 2 classifications. I watched a lot of Disney movies, and I watched some comedies. But more than that, fucking horror movies. I've seen a lot of horror movies. I don't know why, but I always liked horror movies growing up. They're cheesy and they're goofy quite often, but I do like them. I've seen quite a few. That's why I laughed so hard when I saw H.P. Lovecraft's name, because obviously, if you watch horror movies, you know about H.P. Lovecraft. Reverend Nate says, peace, love, and chicken grease from Mexico, nerds. Well, shit, Reverend Nate, I didn't realize you were from Mexico. Well, wait, no. You're from Canada. Wait, what's happening? You're not from Mexico, you're from Canada. Are you in Mexico now? I've got fucking questions, Reverend Nate. I've got a lot of questions now. Black Hole Sun says, your job stuff is great. Please do that if it fits. My job stuff? Fuck, I forgot what this is in reference to. It was too long ago. I apologize, Black Hole Sun. I don't remember what this is in reference to. Jamoa says, even if abiogenesis is wrong, there are more supported stances before the argument for God. Even religious scientists do not use God as their basis. This is a fair point. Listen, no matter if the scientist believes in God or not, the scientists aren't saying that God did it. And that's super important, because even the scientists that believe aren't saying God is responsible for it. Although there might be some that get close to it, like James Tour. He's a goof. Forge the God says, don't think, therefore I amped. I'm not amped. Actually, why haven't we contracted am not into amped? I feel like we should. We've got a lot of words that we've contracted. Amped could be one, although I think it would confuse somebody a lot. Am not. Amped. I don't know. I'll work on that, see what I can do about it. Maybe we'll make it a trend. Evan says, Ahaz, F, we're cooked. Isaiah, great news. A virgin will have a baby in 700 years. Ahaz, what the fuck? I know. What the fuck is Ahaz supposed to do with that information? Why is God telling Ahaz 700 years from now, there's going to be a guy that dies for your sins? Hey, what the fuck that got to do with the 2 armies that are invading my territory, God? Never fucking mind those guys. I need to tell you, Ahaz, about this motherfucker 700 years later. Do you know he walks on water? Ahaz, meanwhile, was like, what the fuck are you talking about, Yahweh? I'm being attacked by 2 goddamn kings. I need some assistance down here. Yeah, but did you fucking know that he's going to divide fishes and loaves? Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that's a crazy conversation. Optimus says, there is some wild cope. I agree. That guy was coping pretty hard. Actually, the second guess, not the first guess. The first guess, I think he kind of came around, actually. G. Theverven says, Justin is bearded. Adjective does not mean he will grow future beard. I think that is an accessible explanation of parts of speech for brain dead idiots. I agree. Listen, if you don't know what an adjective is, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Like, that seems to be fundamental for understanding. And Not the Bible Jason says, I am not that Jason. To be clear, you are not the Jason who made the pact with Antiochus to cut off the offerings and put up the abomination of desolation. I know that wasn't you. Just happened to be the same name. 1 Million Ant says, Justin, what the fuck will you actually just look at the trees? I'm sorry. I did the other day. The problem is there's not enough leaves on them. In the summertime when the trees have leaves, they're much more like, they make me feel more like God is real. Like the barren trees make me feel like God is dead a little bit. Adam says Jesus rejected oral sex, which left the Pharisees unsatisfied. Fucking amazing. That was a great joke. For anyone who didn't get it, you haven't been watching the channel long enough. That was amazing. And Blessed says, hello, I love your streams. Well, Blessed, hey, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. And I love you, friend. We've got such a great community here. Also, join the Discord if you haven't yet. Wool Light Mammoth, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, would you say JWs are more authentic Christians given their literal interpretation of the Bible and not believing Jesus is God? I do, actually. I think so. Like, I got some criticism as a liberal believer because I've told people, listen, the JWs kind of fixed some problems. Like, they went into the text and they're like, wait. There's some problems that need worked out here, and they fucking worked them out. But they did do some other weird shit. So I don't know, but so to the answer, yes on some things, no on others. Robert says, it's me, the only Twitch viewer you had last summer. And now you're here. Maybe I'll get back to streaming on Twitch. Listen, I don't know how Twitch works, right? Like, I don't know how someone gets popular debating on Twitch. Like, I know Hassan Piker is popular. He was just doing politics. I don't know how. I feel like politics grows way faster than religion in terms of debate. That's why, like, all the people, like a lot of these debaters that start out doing religion eventually do politics. Like, even Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske. He used to do a lot of like atheist content, secular content once upon a time, and really it's just all politics for like the last decade. So like the money and the views are in politics. I just don't really want to do it. GP says organic compounds get wrecked by oxygen as well. Huh. That's a fair point. And oxygen levels on the Earth during abiogenesis were virtually zero. Fair point. The conditions for abiogenesis on the early planet are different than the conditions we have today, which means if those conditions are no longer there, we shouldn't expect abiogenesis to still be happening today because the conditions are different. Very good point. And holding my arms out.com, wild name. Thank you for the super chat. It says FOMO here. No chance at all that dude was Mormon. As soon as he could tell you which flavor of LDS, I called baloney. Troll score D-. Maybe. I was unsure. I suspected, but I had to talk to him a little bit more to make sure of it. And Cedar Sound says, does anyone ever add up the likely amount of money lost spending to tithes every year? Oh, fuck, it's a lot. There is a number for it, actually. If you go to the Google, you'll find a number for it. Surprisingly, the vast majority of people that tithe make up, how shall I say this? Most of the money given in tithe is given to a small, select group of people that are dedicated tithe payers. Most Christians aren't paying tithe. That's all there is to it. Which means like 10% of the population, 10% of the believers are making up for like 90% of the believers not paying tithe. Most of the people aren't paying tithe. There's a small select group of people tithing that make up for everybody else. People are not as dedicated as you think when you look into the numbers. We had to learn a lot of these numbers and whatnot when I was in Bible college or when I was in the seminary. We did a lot of church statistics. Like, for example, we knew exactly on average in America what the dollar count per head is, right? So in the average church, your dollar count every week is between $12 and $20 a head. So if you've got that many people, say you have 100 people in your church, you know, based on statistics, that's how much money you can expect to bring in And there's a lot of like planning that goes into starting a church based on these metrics. So you can like, build a roadmap for your church finances. Still text says all apologetics boil down to one rule: make the book fit the lie. Yes. Apologetics isn't about knowing what's true. It's about taking the text and wrangling it in a way in which people can say that now it's true now. Charles says, remember Renee Good and Alex Preddy? Yes. Hopefully we won't forget. Hopefully we'll be able to build on our momentum, because these people were innocently and aggressively murdered. And Grocery Cart says, I just want to say, I might now know you personally. I think you mean not, but you're a favorite person of mine. I watch every time you go live. I love good debate. Well, thank you, Grocery Cart. I appreciate that. And I do love a good debate as well. We actually had some pretty genuine interlocutors today, which is rare. Usually we have nothing but crash outs. So it was an interesting day. Clap says, I summoned a Fildo, called out their lying, and now the prophecy is complete. Am I the Messiah? You are. You are absolutely the Messiah. And you cooked the opposition. Praise collapse. And Jesus had no loincloth. Fine brass tacks, or define brass tacks. I know. It's funny, like, he really wanted to get into the minutia of like, the detail is important, except when we don't like what it says. When you don't like what it says, all of a sudden you need context. You need to read it in parallel to these other texts, so on and so forth. It was a bit clownish. Briston T says, Frank Turek. I know, right? He's a clown, isn't he? Miss Anthropology says, the harder they try to sound smart, the stupider they are. Yeah, that's true. At least, today we didn't have an epidemic of Philbros using Philbro words. We had people using, I would say, more like common lingua. So I can appreciate that. Hank says, I like watching DZ live, except I can't skip past the kind of tedious, disingenuous garbage perpetuated by this ASMR Fildo goofball. Yeah, the quiet guy from South Africa. That was rough. Disingenuous? For sure. For sure. Fake humility all the way. Juju, good to see you. It says, it's giving mushrooms? Toads. It's giving mushrooms, but instead of revelation from a good trip at home, it was an accidental trip during the divine liturgy. Ooh. I haven't really attended a divine liturgy in a long time. Usually they're like in Latin still yet. We actually have one not too far from where I live. You can go to a Latin divine liturgy. Mike says, Hasir must be some kind of clergy. He is a master of avoidance. True. But he's not a true master of clergy until he's done something inappropriate with a child. Kiko says, next time someone is dancing around definitions or interpretations, you should ask them, what if it was this other way? What would it do to your faith? I don't know if I fully understand the question. Like, the passage we were talking about was like whether or not God causes somebody to cannibalize their children, right? So you're saying I should ask, what if God didn't cause them to cannibalize their children? I guess I don't. Kiko, I think you meant to say something, but I don't know if I understand it. Chewbone, thank you for the super chat, says, if the text said, and I will make them eat a healthy meal, he would never work so hard to change it. Dishonest to the bone. I know. That's the thing. These words don't mean words. Arguments only apply to the passages they don't like. The passages that they do like, this is God's final fucking word, and you can't challenge it because they're not concerned about what's really right. And Mr. Kiki says, isn't it technically possible for people to make objective statements like this guy is an idiot? I don't think so. Nope. You can call it objective, but it's not. You can say that what you've claimed is objectively true, but you can't prove it, right? Until you can get past the problem of hard solipsism, you can't actually prove that your claim is objectively true because we don't have perfect access to the objective world. We must use our brains to interact with it, and that makes our interaction subjective, right? That's why, like, objectively true is always going to be either a false claim or it's going to be some kind of colloquialism, right? When someone says it's objectively true, they're just meaning that it's seriously true or it's really true or it's hard to debunk. But like I hate to use the word philosophy, but in like more like the philosophy standpoint, something being objective means that it's mind independent. That's what they're getting at, you know? Tiff says, all hail Doug and his religion of words, meaning words. Could you imagine? There's no way I would ever start a religion based on words don't mean words, obviously. That's why when the Bible says God is a rock, it means exactly what it says. God is a fucking rock, and his name is Doug. Design says there's no way a religious person would waffle about reading God's deeds if the text said Satan did the same thing. Fucking A, yeah. If that book said Satan was speaking and Satan said, I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters, they'd be like, that fucking Satan is the worst. As soon as God says it, all of a sudden, words don't mean words. Ben, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Hop on Pop by Dr. Seuss. Now, kids, before we start, let's see what Mr. Webster has to say about the word hop. Can you imagine? Tell a story to your child, and you literally have to go to a dictionary to find every single word. Jeff says, this caller might be the vat without the brain. Oh, fuck. That's rough. That is fucking rough. You're right, though. I might be a brain in a vat. His vat's empty. And Grocery Cart says, we have unlimited resources to understand the Bible, but here we are, people still claiming truths that have been debated and proven ungrounded. Indeed. It's crazy to me that anyone is reading this book thinking it's true. I understand most Christians haven't read the book, which is why they think it's true. But when you've actually read this fucker, it's hard to come to the conclusion that it's all true. Ben, with another super chat, thank you, says, I see that the Message remix back there on your shelf. Glad to see you got it. I did. I told you to your advice. I got the Message remix. Where? There we go. And, you know, some passages, I found the New Testament takes more artistic liberties than the Old Testament in this Bible, but it's still fucking funny. Hold on. Let's grab Romans. I wonder what it says in like Romans chapter 6. So what do? Keep on sinning so that God can keep on forgiving? I should hope not. If we've left the country where sin is sovereign, how can we still live in our old house? Or didn't you realize we packed up and left there for good? That is what's happened in baptism. Okay, so that's not a terrible rewording. What's he do with Matthew 5? I wonder who actually wrote this. It's crazy that not only the Message exists, but that somebody took the Message and was like, we need to fucking make it worse. Like, we gotta take the Message Bible, this fucking paraphrase, and make it worse. We gotta make it a teenage paraphrase. All right, let's do Matthew 5, verse 17. Don't suppose for a minute that I have come to demolish the scriptures, either God's law or the prophets. I am not here to demolish, but to complete. I am going to put it all together in a vast panorama. God's law is more real and lasting than the stars in the sky and the ground at your feet. Long after stars burn out and earths wear out, God's law will be alive and working. Trivialize even the smallest item in God's law, and you will only have trivialized yourself. But take it seriously, show the way for others, and you will find honor in the kingdom. Unless you do far better than the Pharisees, the matters of right living, you won't know the first thing about entering the kingdom. That's a crazy fucking paraphrase. Yeah, the Message remix is a wild ride. And Charles, let's all stand with Minneapolis and make them know we stand with them. Amen, I would even dare say. Verily, verily, I would say. And the real Doro, good to see you, says, glad to finally catch this live with 16 inches of snow and single-digit temps. I need a good roasting to keep me toasty. Well, I'm glad you're here. Sorry we're not going super late, but thank you so much for being here. It's good to see you again, and thank you for supporting the stream. And T-Town says +1 to Twitch. Okay, all right. We've got some votes out here for people saying we need to stream to Twitch again. I can work on that. I'll get the Twitch stream going again. Space Lord says, when Kanye was on Alex Jones, Jones told him to tone it down. When Alex effing Jones is the voice of reason, you need help. I agree. When someone like Alex Jones on InfoWars is telling you, hey, you're being a little extreme right now. Things are getting fucking, your kitchen's on fire, bro. Chris says the Isaiah 7 guys always fails. Christians are wrong. Yep. Always. I'll never understand. I will never for my life understand how there is a Christian on this planet that will swear that Isaiah 7 predicts a virgin birth of the Messiah and they've never fucking read it. Mike, my friend, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says the Philbros seem to have been watching how dishonest the Muslim callers were and then did a collective hold my beer. Yeah, I'd say so much. To be fair, that one tired Philbro that we had could have been worse. He really could have been worse. And Just a Ranter says, hey, could you make a prophecy list of short videos going through them, context, Christian interpretation, actual text? I actually have started on my channel. I've got quite a few videos on it. I'm also just writing a book on it right now. I'm trying to churn out like a chapter a week. I will, by Scout's honor, have it finished this year. I apologize, it's not finished yet. But yeah, I'm working on a book that goes really deep into every prophecy and demonstrates why it's bullshit. Mr. Yogi Bell says, Christian, you got to understand that was a barbaric time. Also, Christian, what the fuck? That can't be what it says. Only a barbarian would say that. I know. It's crazy. The different excuses they're going to come up with, sometimes contradictory. And Short Thumbs, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, just got my very first cat ever. Well, happy fucking cat ownership to you. Meow says 8 months old. Do you have any advice? Been trying to talk to her about hermeneutics, but she doesn't seem to get it. Well, my cats also don't care for hermeneutics. That being said, my advice, get lots of toys. At 8 months, they've got a lot of energy. You need to play with them. That's the benefit of having two cats. They play with each other, but they got to burn lots of energy so they don't chew and fuck up your house. Also, while they're young, touch their paws a lot. Get really used to touching and fondling their paws, because at a point when they're ready, you're going to have to pretty routinely clip their nails. Now, I don't declaw cats. I think that's mean to surgically fucking remove like the nips of their fingers so they don't have claws anymore. So I just clip my cats' nails. But the best way to do that, because they'll fight you, is when they're young, get them used to having you touch their claws all the time. And it'll be much easier in the future. Now, Faraday doesn't mind. Volta is a fucking hellraiser and he'll fight me. But he knows he can't really fight me. He knows that if he puts up a fight, I'll just squeeze him, put him in my arms and clip him anyways. So like he only kind of pretend fights me, hoping maybe I'll give up. But Chodicus, thank you for the additional super chat, says it is Yahweh or the highway to baby paste. Actually, if it's Yahweh, it is the highway to baby paste. It's Yahweh and the highway to baby paste. And with the follow-up, thank you so much, Codicus, says, I just realized Mary was a time traveler who was artificially inseminated in Yakub's laboratory. Maybe. I'm still of the conviction that I like... I like the solution in the Talmud and by Celsus that Mary was knocked up by a soldier. She committed adultery on Joseph. I think that's what happened. And then she had to run away to Egypt to not get killed. And then when Jesus came back, they're like, teasing Jesus, you don't have a dad. You don't have a dad. And he's like, fucking, he's a virgin birth, right? Abraham the Chaldean, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, are the non-Yahweh theophoric names in Kings and Chronicles good evidence that the Israelites worshipped a pantheon? What's the right what? Ignigesis. Doug's reading. Okay. Took me a second to figure that one out. I agree. So if you look through, not just in Kings, but Judges. So if you look through the many lists of names, you'll find a lot of people named after the Canaanite gods. Even Saul's son, Ishbaal, is named after Baal. We've got children named after Anat as well. And we've got place names. The name Shamash shows up, and that's the Ugaritic / Syrian sun deity Shamash. The word sin, if that shows up in a name, is a reference to the moon god. We've got lots of Canaanite god names in the Bible, actually, tons of them. Tons of them. I think it's good evidence that these motherfuckers were worshiping the Canaanite pantheon. Why else would they be naming their kids after them? Penelope, actually, there's entire books written on this, by the way. If I remember correctly, I think Gordon Cyrus wrote on this. I'll have to double check. Penelope, thank you for the super chat, says, Seth reminds me of when I thought, if we're made in God's image, then God has empathy, compassion, intellect, self-control, and a sense of humor. I concluded that he couldn't be the moron in the Bible. I know. I get it. If you want to make sense of the bullshit we're in now, you could say, okay, well, we've got a bullshit God. But to me, what's more sensible? That you've got a bullshit God, or God was made from us, like we designed him, you know? Juju says, this is a survivor bias version of the ad populum fallacy. I didn't think about that, but I think you're right, Juju. It kind of is. It really is. Yep. And Evan says, arguably, Israelites owe their survival to Cyrus. That's true. And Cyrus didn't credit Yahweh. He credited Marduk. I do think it's funny that the Bible takes credit for Cyrus's doing. Yahweh does. And then Cyrus is like, fucking Marduk did it. That's a slight, man. Mister says, is Ezekiel 20:25-26 referring to child sacrifice? It is, yes. It's specifically referring to the law in the book of Exodus, where God says to give me your firstborn, everything that opens up the womb, whether animal or human. Ezekiel is interpreting this as child sacrifice, and he's saying that God did it so that he would horrify the Israelites. That's his interpretation. So either God commanded child sacrifice, or Ezekiel's fucking wrong. One of the two. Skeptics and Scoundrels, thank you for the $5 super chat, says prophecy and prayer is like chronic gambling. You never discuss your losses. Yes, that's the thing, right? Whenever something comes true, it's because of God. When it doesn't come true, well, either we don't talk about that, or I interpreted it wrong. I didn't hear God correctly. I calculated something wrong. It's always an excuse, right? It's kind of like everything good comes from God. Everything bad doesn't come from God. Okay. Hank says, please make it stop. Hank, it's over, baby. It's done. Amir, thank you for sending out a Deconstruction Zone gifted membership. I really appreciate that, friend. And Percy, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, for your insurance battle. I'm going to fucking need it, actually. It's going to be so fucking bad. It's going to be so bad, guys. The insurance company is going to fight this like fucking crazy. The battery pack is like a third of the cost of the car, typically. Like a third of the cost of every electric vehicle is in the battery. So when I submit this claim for insurance, the insurance is going to be like, fuck you. They're like, we'll cover some hail damage. We might cover a blown head gasket. We're not interested in covering a whole fucking battery pack. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm gonna fucking lawyer. We'll fight the insurance company if we have to. 15 Blows says a few pennies to go towards the new battery. Well, thank you, 15. I really appreciate it, because anyone who knows anything about insurance company knows that they're gonna fuck me if they can. And it's not gonna be with lube. Dr. Fudge, thank you so much for the super chat. Says not an overture. The leitmotif. Overture refers to the whole piece. A piece that gets repeated is either a leitmotif or just a theme. I don't know. Hold on. Because the definition... Oops. My keyboard wasn't... The definition of overture is an orchestral piece at the beginning of an opera or a suite or a play or an oratorio or other extended compositions, an introduction to something more substantial. So I think what you're suggesting is this definition means that it's just the introductory of a longer piece. It's not something that gets repeated. Maybe. I mean, based on the definition I'm reading, that could fit, right? I wonder if there's another word for, another word for leitmotif. Hold on. Oh, I didn't spell it wrong. Okay, let's see. Some synonyms. That's a tough fucking word. For leitmotif. Not a lot of good ones at all. The only other word they're suggesting is the word theme. I know there's another word, though. I know there is. I know it. See, now I'm going to have to go back, like, dig out my old fucking college books from, like, 20 years ago and find this fucking word that I'm looking for. It's a very specific word. And it's not coming to me. But for lack of better words, for lack of an answer, for now, we're going to call it the leitmotif. And I'm assuming it's French and the T silent. I don't really know, actually. Emir says, wouldn't it make your day if insurance tried to claim an act of God clause with you? I would, those motherfuckers, if they put act of God. No fucking way. I like to imagine you having fun with that situation. Actually, it's funny. Some insurance clauses do cover acts of God. Isn't that wild? I had an auto insurance policy that covered acts of God. Like if there was a weather incident that caused a tree to fall on your vehicle, it would cover that. So some insurance covers that bullshit. My insurance should cover it. I like every option. When I bought this insurance was like, yep, I want that. I want that. I want that. I want that. Everything I wanted. So we'll see. Famous Amos says, hoping it's covered by insurance or the city, but here's some money for your car and for letting me bother you earlier. Fly safe. Well, no problem, Famous. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the assistance. It's gonna be a fucking wild ride. Listen, I've fought with insurance companies before, so like I fucking know. Like I don't have any illusion that I'm going to submit this claim and they're going to be like, oh yeah, fucking sure. Nope. Those motherfuckers are going to fight it. They're going to fight it hard. We'll see. Theater and Sound, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, how much of a dead giveaway are callers when they start out saying, I just want to get to know you and your beliefs before I defend my God beliefs? Yeah, it's an interesting one. Here's my take on it. When somebody comes in asking those questions, I almost immediately assume that they're going to presup. They're going to go to some bullshit presuppositionalist argument because rather than defending their worldview, they want to find a problem in your worldview and say, if your worldview has a problem, then mine is true by default. That's not the way that fucking works. And in fact, if I'm talking to a Christian and I demonstrate that the Christian God isn't real, that doesn't validate my position as true. God could still be real and Christianity could still be false, right? So you can't validate your position all the time just by invalidating somebody else's position. Dragon Sword says we need a Seth timer. Well, the reality was Seth is nice, and I don't think he's going to come back like all the time. So I wanted to give him enough time to think through it, and also because you guys know how I am. I think we can make progress with some people, and Seth might be one of those people that's maybe he is on the edge of, thinking about atheism. Zoidberg, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I was on an evening stroll in Boston downtown today. Sorry to hear about that. And Doug revealed himself to me in form of a wooden bench on which I slipped. I am his prophet now. Holy fuck. I didn't realize Doug was doing the Paul thing where he was like making people fall over and get hurt to become their prophets. Now that I know that's a thing, I'll definitely look out for it. I hope your head's okay. I hope you didn't lose your sight like Paul did. And hail Doug. Also, tired of liars, I'm with you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, my stepdad minister ran about 300 people per week and equated to 75 families donating 11%. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. A small percentage of the people are donating. The bulk of what is given in church is given by a select few. You have a select few people that give probably beyond their means, and then most of the people give way below their means, right? That's usually how church funding works. That's just how it is. That's why if you see a church where like they've got a family that donates a lot of money to church, that's why they do everything they can to like cater to that family, because most of the money in a church is coming from just a few sources. It's not coming from the fact that all these people out here are tithing. Most people in church are just throwing a couple dollars in here, a couple dollars in there. Very few families are actually tithing. So that's why you see churches go out of their way to accommodate families that are like dedicated tithers, because the church depends on it. That's just the facts. Reverend Nate says, help me out, dude. I caved and got TikTok, but can't find M's. What's the exact username? I have to search. M's and MS haven't worked. I would go to my channel. Hold on. Let me go to TikTok real quick. Website. I would go to my friends list and search my friends list. You should be able to do that. You can search other people's friends lists. And then search for M's, but I'm going to search it up and see what his actual name is. So I think he's got more than one channel actually. All right, I think the one that he's using right now is this one. And the name on the channel, sorry, it's too small to see. Let me zoom in. Looks like M198311. M198311, I believe, is the profile that you want to search for. And his symbol is the bat signal M's, which is like a theme for him. Like he comes calling when we need him, right? So that's how you can find my buddy M's. He is amazing. Follow his channel. You'll see him popping up on all kinds of people's live streams. Mike says, I think it's reprise rather than overture. That's it. Reprise. That's it. It's a reprisal. All right, hold on. Is that it? It might be. Reprisal meaning in music. In music, a reprise is the repetition of earlier music materials, often with variations in instrumentation, arrangement, or perspective. That's it! Yes, to create familiarity, emphasize themes, or provide narration development, like a song returning at the end of a musical or a motif appearing in a film. While reprisal generally means retaliation or revenge, sometimes a song title or concept, but usually refers to a hostile act. Okay, so it's not reprisal. It's a reprise. So a reprise in music is a repeating theme that is slightly varied as it gets repeated, but you can still always find it. You can always find the reprise that is in the beginning that lasts all the way through it. It forms the supposed motif. Thank you, Mike Bannister. That was going to drive me up the fucking wall. Because, like, I know there's a word for it. It is in my head somewhere. I couldn't grasp it because it's been too long. But that was the word we were looking for. It's a reprise. Thank you so much. Flanker 130, artist formerly known as Flanker 420. Appreciate you as always, brother. Don't forget, if you don't sin, Jesus died for nothing. Rock hard for Doug. Yes, thank you, Flanker. Always remember, even if you're a believer, if you don't sin, Jesus died for literally nothing. So make Jesus' sacrifice worthwhile. And Jeff says, hey, Jay, how is Ox doing? Wait. Who's Ox? Wait, hold on. Am I missing something? Wait. I feel like we had a conversation not that long ago with Ox. I don't remember what the reference was. Shit. Y'all, what's Ox mean? What's that a reference to? Shit, I forgot. Oh well. I don't know, Jeffrey, how Ox is because I forget the reference. But thank you for being here, friend. I appreciate that. Also, retired bomb tech in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, used your cheat sheet for a discussion I had, pointed out the nonsense and contradictions and horrid acts of God. All I got back was excuses, apologetic justifications, and pretzels. I loved it. Thanks. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. That's what the cheat sheet is for. Hey, whatever you do, print that fucker out, use your phone, whatever you need to do, print that thing out and cook some people with it. That's what the fuck we're talking about. You know what I'm talking about? The cheat sheet, I think, is a good tool. Or else I wouldn't have made it. Claudio, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, in music, a refrain is a short repeated section, phrase, or line that recurs at intervals throughout a song. Now, I do know a refrain. Refrain is typically within the song, right? That's close. Reprise is the word we were looking for, where it's a piece of a song or theme that shows up in other songs and themes throughout the thing, even if it's part of the background, right? And you'll catch it in a lot of movies. You'll hear, like even one of the first ones I remember hearing was the beginning of the Amityville horror series. They've got those like kids singing like eerily in the background, and you'll hear it come into other songs at other parts of the movie. Also, Electric might have had it. Electric says, yeah, Ox was a veteran and had been deconstructing. Yep, Ox, you're right. Ox was a listener of the channel. It's not leitmotif, by the way. That's not what we're looking for. Ox was a listener of the channel who seems deconstructing. He's working through it. And we talked to him a couple weeks ago. I think we might have published that clip. I forget. Fuck, I don't know. But yeah, that's Ox. That's right. Yeah, I hope he's doing well. I hope we hear from him again. I'm sure we will. But friends, that is the end of the stream. I can't stay up late tonight. I've got a long day of fucking arguing and fighting with the insurance company. Also, I got to go to the intersection where my car was damaged and go take pictures to demonstrate that what the road really was fucked up. It wasn't me. And we'll do the thing. But thank you so much for being here, friends. Who's live that we can go raid right now? Let me go. Let's see. Someone's got to be live. It's not even late, so I know some people are live right now. Let me see who's live. Let's see. Yeah, maybe later. Where is the live button here? Is there a live button on the website? I really despise the new updates that they've made to TikTok. Okay, we do have some people that are live right now. I think on TikTok and also Sarah's live right now. No fucking way. Okay. Y'all, let's go raid Sarah's live stream on TikTok. It's her live stream is Leaving Faith. Now, she's not currently live on YouTube, so we're going to send the YouTube folks somewhere else. But if you're on TikTok, I need y'all to go over to the channel at Leaving Faith. Tell her that Justin sent you and say hello for me. And if you're on YouTube, let's see who's live on YouTube that we can go send you all to real quick. I got to switch over to my other account. See who's live. Is anyone live debating? Who's live right now? Surely somebody. Fuck, I don't see anyone live on YouTube. None of our people are live on YouTube right now. Okay. I guess that's it. We got nowhere to send y'all on YouTube. Sorry, friends. Love you. If you want to go watch someone live, download TikTok and go see Leaving Faith. And that's that. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, we got one super chat while that was coming in. Jeff, thank you for the additional super doses. Theus, we have free will. Also, Theus, I want to thank God for insert anything here. Atheist, damn, we friggin' knocked that out of the park. We worked really hard and did a fantastic job. Yeah, that's the funny thing. As an atheist, if you did something good, you accomplished something, you can be proud of your accomplishment. But the believer always finds, like, well, I got to thank God for this touchdown. You ran a hell of a game today. I need to thank God for my performance. God doesn't give a fuck about your performance. Friends, if you accomplish something, just own it. You did it. Congratulations. All right. Love your friends. We'll see you again on Wednesday. Maybe I'll have good news from the insurance company. If not, we're going to have fucking fun anyways. Cheers.